Okay, yeah, welcome to Wysing on such a sunny day, and to the first Multiverse Spring Residency event. My name is Lotte Petersen, and I work here as a curator. We're very privileged that today we have a day of in-conversations and presentations by residency artists Kit Craig, Holder, Takeshi Shiomitsu, and with a contribution from invited speakers, including Wysing studio artist Florian Roithmayr, computational, sorry, this is a challenging word, biologist Marco Galardini from the European Bioinformatics Institute in Cambridge, and biologist Dr. Katrin Linse from the British Antarctic Survey in Cambridge. I'm basically just going to run through the structure of the day. After this brief welcome, we're very privileged to have artists Kit Craig and Florian Roithmayr. Both of them work in a sculpture practice, and they will discuss possible ways of comprehending a multiverse in multiple dimensions. This will be followed by 1 to 2 questions. We have a short period after these presentations for questions, but if you don't have any burning question, please save them for the roundtable discussion in the end of this afternoon. And then this will be followed by a special presentation by artist Takeshi Shiomitsu, who will be looking at various network infrastructures, followed by a couple of questions. And then we are very privileged to also to have computational biologist Marco Galardini to give us a presentation on alternative uses of DNA. And again, this will be followed by questions. And then we will have a break to digest thinking and these presentations with tea and coffee available in the reception area. So after 20 minutes break, we are back into this room, and that will be followed by a special presentation by Holder, who has developed this presentation very much in response to what she's researching at the moment, but also in response to the research of Marco Galardini and Dr. Katrin Linse. And then we're privileged to have another external person to come in for this residency day, Dr. Katrin Linse from the British Antarctic Survey. She will give us a presentation on Antarctic marine and deep sea biodiversity, and many more things about how these organisms survive in quite extreme weather conditions. Followed by questions in relation to her presentation, we are going to gather everyone who contributed to this day to this table over here for our roundtable discussion. And this is also an opportunity for you to save any questions coming up throughout the day to engage with all of the contributors. So then by that time we should have finished at 6 o'clock and everyone are happy and to go out in the sun again. So it's a huge privilege that all of the artists and the contributors and to you attending today, we're gathered on a sunny day. I know we're sitting inside, but it's a huge privilege to have everyone to gather today and unfold ideas of the residency artist much further. And lastly, we are broadcasting this event on This Is Tomorrow. So now it's a moment for you as well to switch off your phone because that might disturb the broadcast. So thank you for that. And a last comment is that we do have some evaluation forms that we will distribute to you during the day. So it would be great for us and for everyone involved to know what you thought of the day, to have some feedback from you. So now I'm going to give the voices of Kit Craig and Florian Roithmayr, and hand over to you. You'll sit here. Thank you.
Hi. So I'm on residency here, and I'm developing this new video work. And the aim of this event, or this conversation, is to kind of test out some of the ideas in that work. And the sort of structure of the actual video takes the form of a conversation, sort of based around a tabletop anyway, using objects to sort of play out the conversation, whether they're sort of casual things that are just on the table, or studio objects, made things that don't normally come out of the studio. In fact, normally when I would present sculptural work, it would be sort of mediated through like a film or a drawing. And so this is like a kind of a different way for these to come out of the studio and exist in as a kind of it's sort of like these demonstrative models for the conversation, but also associative things where they sort of determine and lead this conversation. So I just wanted to sort of outline what this was. It isn't like a kind of performance or it's just like sharing the research, effectively. And also a useful way, hopefully, for me figuring out how the work will develop further while I'm on residency here. I'm going to start talking about this and this. This was like my sort of initial interest in this multiverse idea was to do with how the multiverse can be described or explained, and these like extra dimensions and extra dimensions beyond like 3 dimensions of space and time, and the sort of inherent difficulty that our brains have in understanding these things. And so there's this nice analogy that I saw in a Carl Sagan documentary, where he sort of chops up this apple in an attempt to describe like this 3-dimensional object to a flat 2-dimensional circle. And that being a sort of analogy of us really being the circle, and trying to understand a higher dimension that we can't really comprehend, but we can sort of think about, not being able to physically understand it. And that's all in reference to this like E.A. Abbott's Flatland, the kind of quite well-known sort of Victorian novel, I guess, that plays out some of these ideas. But having said all that, my interest isn't really in the dimensions, like these extra dimensions. It's kind of more to do with these objects, trying to explain them, and then they sort of become they're sort of analogous of something that we can't understand, and that attempt to kind of communicate, I guess.
Models, I think you talked about this a little bit beforehand already, and I think you also said that they are models.
Yeah.
Or could be called models, perhaps.
Yeah, exactly.
Or a device for something, maybe.
Yeah, so they're always relating to something else, I suppose. So the apple isn't just this apple. It always, it's always kind of a thing about something else. And this kind of model, this idea of a model being sort of sculpturally, in terms of like a maquette, being about a sort of a process to try and about something that's bigger, maybe, or a kind of work in progress, but also in like a sort of scientific way, maybe, where it's to describe like a complexity in the real world. but then it's also an apple. So there's this kind of,
You talked also a little bit about this sort of moment when this, what might be a vehicle or an aid, you know, something that helps you maybe visualize something or comprehend something that is otherwise maybe a little bit incomprehensible, because we cannot actually maybe think simultaneously in many dimensions. So something that, you know, is flat and then it gets translated into something that is three-dimensional and can be navigated, but then can be sliced and translated into something flat again. Kind of quite sculptural techniques as well, to do with dimensionality and volume.
Yeah.
And we talked a bit about, or you talked a bit about what happens in these moments when these models or substitutes or aids, these little helpers that facilitate our thinking that is otherwise sort of lacking. We can't quite comprehend what is going on, but using these little stand-ins, these mannequins or things, they help us develop a kind of thinking that we can't have otherwise. What happens once we have learned this thinking? So once we get fluent in a thinking that we don't have otherwise, and we learn this thinking because of these helpers. What happens to these helpers afterwards when we become fluent, when we start to know or think we know or can start thinking? Do they become superfluous? Do they become unimportant all of a sudden, although they were really important beforehand? They are sort of triggers for something. Do they become less triggersome at some point or unimportant?
Well, I think their sort of initial intention gets kind of less important, and they kind of become misread and understood on their own terms rather than being understood in terms of trying to describe something else. And they sort of start being leading a process that's to do with their physical qualities or so it's sort of thinking through these objects and then the objects kind of leading this thought back. And another thing that I suppose is kind of interesting is that it's to do with this kind of back and forth thing, where it's constantly sort of in a bit of a dialectic, or whether it's between like a 3-dimension and a 2-dimension, or just like this space between this space of communication, and that sort of being this kind of meta space, I suppose.
So if it oscillates between being an apple and being something very complex at the same time, is there a kind of hierarchy as well in this? Like is the apple maybe it's healthy? You know, it's a good thing for biology and for maintaining the body. But does that mean this is less important than maintaining the mind and the thinking? Or is there a kind of one state that's better than the other, or more desirable than the other?
I'm going to get out another object. So I've got a donut here as well, which again is not something I've made, it's just a thing that is here.
So this is the greasy apple. But the fatty Homer Simpson apple.
Yeah, exactly. These are the two ways of thinking about it. But also like. I think it's a bit stale, so you might not. Also, like thinking like how I got here in a way was thinking about like this apple being cut up and it being so it's no longer a whole apple and it becomes a bit of an apple, and then you're kind of thinking about an object. You're misreading that kind of reading of a whole object as an object with a hole in it. And so there's this kind of moment of irrationality where you're trying to describe something to another one and it's misread, or there's like an associative jump. And so you end up with this donut. But then, as you say, they had their kind of the greasy apple, the kind of the dumb version of the kind of loaded object of thought somehow that the apple is already.
Yeah, life comes back in somehow, a sort of quite bare life somehow, with digestion and sustainability as well. And body comes back in somehow into these things. Makes me. I was in the plaster cast collection in Cambridge a couple of times last week, and there's something quite interesting happening there, because they have this collection since 1848 really, and it's undergone various different morphs really. So in the beginning it was mainly there for sort of artistic, aesthetic appreciation of form and material, and it didn't really matter whether it's an original or a copy. So that wasn't important. And then simultaneously to this aesthetic appreciation, it also became important as archaeological teaching aids. So you could look at something as a pure form in itself, and it doesn't matter what it is made out of. And you could look at it as something that taught you process and methodology. So this was possible simultaneously.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the whole thing morphed again and again, and over the years, it became museology in itself. So it had a third interpretation all of a sudden. And there's also now a slight embarrassment when you go and see these plaster casts now. They don't quite know what to do with them. So also it's a slightly embarrassing object all of a sudden. It's sort of there, and it has a history, but we don't really know what to do with it anymore. It was important. It's not important anymore. And biology, there's also a kind of weird, something to do with life that is not to do with plaster or with aesthetics or with teaching aid.
Yeah.
So you've got these multiple readings all collapsing, pulling into different directions, allowing you to look at it from this point, and this point. They seem all kind of not really compatible.
Yeah.
It's also not so much a matter of choosing. It seems more. I think that's also where the embarrassment comes in. You don't really know what to do with it. It's sort of possible to do lots of things, but which one shall we do? We can't decide, really.
I think that sort of like way of looking at an object in multiple different ways, and it kind of it kind of morphing its meaning, or its meaning being somehow unstable and shifting, is like really crucial, and it is partly this back and forth depending on like a sort of enlightened or a non-enlightened sort of viewpoint, or like a sort of thinking and a non-thinking, or a sort of master and a student position. But it's also just
I mean, enlightenment also in a sense, there with enlightenment or with bringing reason, there was also a move to exclude a lot from reasoning. So as much as science shed light, it also cloaked and excluded what should not be there. So everything that's dark no longer was desirable. And I guess at this point, ethnography became very important as that thing that covered all the things that we don't want to know about or shouldn't know about, all the dark, hideous sculptures that people pray to. We don't want anything to do with them anymore. And ethnography became that which science couldn't accommodate. And at this point, ethnography was also something very far away. We don't want that on our doorstep. It's sort of in another country, really. And let's keep it there, kind of thing. So I wonder whether they also have a sort of exclusion or something that cannot be accommodated, something that is maybe not part of it and has to be slightly elsewhere, but it's still a possible reading, but it's kept at the bay somehow. It's in the background a little bit.
I think, so there's another object that might make sense here. So yeah, it's a made thing, just a quickly made model out of polystyrene. Formally, it has this quality where it's like a donut, I suppose. But this is a kind of model of it's a model of a monolith from Cyprus, and there's lots of these standing stones dotted around the landscape. They're all kind of 2 or 3 meters tall, and they all have this kind of hole in the middle, quite sort of uniquely, sort of in the upper middle parts of them. And there's lots of stories that grew up around what these monoliths were for, and kind of there's this folkloric understanding of them in terms of being sort of fertility symbols where you climb through the hole, or like healing. Sort of there's a healing properties to them. So that was this initial sort of understanding of these objects, or standing stones, and then it kind of in the 19th century there was this popular theory that these monoliths marked some sort of location of hidden treasure, and this, I suppose, idea of like an ethnographic kind of archaeological excavations happening. In fact, the guy who excavated a lot of them was this guy called Luigi Palma di Cesnola, and his collection of Cypriot antiquities was like one of the founding bases of the Metropolitan Museum in New York, and he was the first sort of director there as well, in fact. But so he came, Cesnola came to sort of, there was no real treasure there, and there was no real, his conclusion was that they were to do with the worship of Aphrodite. So there's this kind of, that the object has all shifted again in terms of its understanding. And sort of currently the thinking is that these objects, sort of from an archaeological point of view, is that they are sort of part of an ancient machinery. So again, there's something that goes through there, and it's just to do with the extraction of olive oil. So it's this way that this, I suppose it's similar kind of process, that this one object, its meaning kind of morphs in sort of time, but also formally. I know we've had there's some kind of problematic things with that word maybe, but in terms of it,
very interesting problematic.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like formally in terms of it just looks like a donut somehow as well. So there's a kind of, that's what I mean. There's like a kind of a simple dumb morphing as well as like a time-based one.
That sort of dumb morphing is very interesting, I think, because I wonder at what point that sort of daftness, or that stupid thing, stupid material or cheap material, quick and easy material as well. At what point does it become more? At what point does it sort of get charged with more than what it is? And then the other way around, that very exquisitely produced thing, you know, highly labored.
Yeah.
At what point does it become dumb? Like the opposite thing. Like at what point is it just like, what is it?
Yeah.
There's one in the teaching collection in UCL in London, there's one object out of plaster as well, and it looks a bit like an egg, and it has a steel bar in the middle, and it's two parts, and you can pull it apart, and when you open it up, there's two red crosses painted on the inside that match up somehow. Nobody knows what it is. It's just nobody has any idea, and they've been through all departments, all teaching departments. Nobody can explain what the hell this is. It was very complicated to make, and it's very beautiful. It's got a sort of extra wooden stand for it to rest on. It's quite large. It's like this size. Very beautiful thing. But nobody has any idea what that is. So at what point does it stop being something? And I use the word beautiful. At what point does it then just become an aesthetic form? Or does it become, at that point, at what point is it sculptural also? That's maybe also a good question to ask. Is it a sculpture, or is it partaking of a sculpture, or is it addressing sculpture? Is that a sculpture, or is it addressing sculpture?
Yeah.
And what's the difference?
Well, yeah, I think maybe they're similar, because they're kind of their initial intention is sort of demonstrative in a way, like telling whether it is sort of telling a story about something else, or maybe this object was a teaching aid to describe something that abstract, that without that kind of model is kind of, it's like a visualization. Like there's lots of these beautiful mathematical past models that.
It's an interesting point, though, when they cease to aid something.
Yeah, exactly.
Like their assistance comes to an end, and it's as if that kind of life is drained of them. But does another kind of life happen? Or what takes over?
Yeah.
I guess that's when you would say form takes over, or
form
can take over.
Form takes over, or they sort of start, the objects start kind of leading you and being kind of, this kind of very simple form of like artificial intelligence or something, where they're kind of making, controlling your thought process somehow. I wonder whether I should get another object.
I think so.
Yeah. I've got a little box of them down here. Maybe we could talk about these ones. We were. Let me take this one. So there was this thing where they're kind of, you're talking about this very particular qualities that some of them have. There's this, these three positions as well, where there's almost like this kind of symbolic, kind of precise object, which is manufactured, precise, but then there's kind of a sort of real equivalent of it, and it's like the kind of approximation, the real world approximation, like how do you get to that? Actually this came first, and then this was like a sort of happy accident. I mean, there's this quite nice thing where it's not perfect, though. It kind of doesn't, its dimensions aren't exactly the same, but it can kind of shift in between the two. But then the other sort of position as well is this other one where it's maybe a little bit more to do with like an imaginary position, or like yeah, the quickly made model, the kind of something to, and again, it's sort of ill proportioned and doesn't, you know, it's bigger. It's got this kind of odd pedestal. And, yeah, but I think these positions are really important.
And you give them names, right? You have previously given them specific names.
Yeah, it's this kind of almost like thinking of them as mental objects. This kind of like a real position, a symbolic and a imaginary. But maybe they, because we were talking about the symbol being. I didn't know this until yesterday, but Florian was saying that the symbol, its etymology, relates to a contract.
Yes, it's contractual. Yeah. So a symbol always requires at least two people, and etymologically it's based on agreeing on something together. Yeah. So I'll sell you this piece of land for this amount of money, and we sign a symbol, basically, or we enter a symbolic relationship over this exchange. So it's contractual. Yeah. So we need to decide on it in a way.
So there's other symbols that I have this whole series of these kind of fabricated objects. So there's this cone as well, which again might be another contract or another symbol.
I guess in terms of teaching aids and demonstration, and in terms of contract, there's also a question that, you know, that at the beginning it's one-sided, so it's hierarchical. You call it a cone, and I agree it's a cone, but only because I know what a cone is.
Yeah.
So it only works if there's no hierarchy, if we both know what that means, cone. If it's only you who knows what a cone is, I would just I can't follow you.
Yeah.
In a way. So it's also symbolic, I guess, in that sense, that we can agree, or there's no hierarchy, we are equal somehow. It's not you demonstrating something that I need to learn. It's sort of both probably know something. So in a way, I wonder whether that object also, or that thing, how it deals with these hierarchies.
Yeah, I mean that's where it's kind of, I suppose, where it morphs. It kind of, there's the other kind of versions of this from this, in terms of these studio objects. So this one's really like one of these mathematical teaching aids in a way, but again like a you know, but it's this kind of conical section being something about that in that position of like intelligence, like the apple again, and but sort of thinking about them as a sort of rotational object and understanding it back in 3 dimensions as well, it kind of being something that operates like this. So it's kind of a perspectival device, or a projection.
Or hearing aid.
But also it's kind of, like all of this is, like I am serious about all of this, but it's all kind of like imbued in kind of stupidity and like this kind of nonsense as well. And so I like that these objects also look like a kind of dunce's hat as well. So there's this, it's kind of a symbol of stupidity. And I was looking into where that came from, and there's this nice sort of anecdote about the origin of that, of another sort of etymological kind of story, I guess. And so, the word dunce originates from this metaphysical philosopher and theologian from the Middle Ages known as John Duns Scotus. And so he had this kind of complex dialectical approach to thorny theological questions, and all his followers were known as these dunsmen or dunces. And he kind of wore one of these conical hats, which partly, I mean, they were popular in the Middle Ages for lots of reasons, partly because there was this idea that the point of a cone represented knowledge, and it kind of funneled it down into the head as a sort of receptacle for driving this knowledge down into the head. And so, his teachings were like held in high regard and had like considerable influence on both Catholic and secular thought until the 16th century, with the rise of sort of humanist Renaissance thought. And this reasoning kind of ended up, this kind of dense reasoning was sort of derided basically and seen as hopelessly behind the times when this sort of humanism came to the forefront. And so the dunces, like, their arguments were already sort of pedantic, and but it sort of became synonymous with this idea of unrelenting, unteachable idiocy. And so I feel like this is like, I don't know what I'm trying to understand through these objects in a way, but I'm hoping that they kind of that they're kind of leading me as much as
when you fabricate something, when you produce something, or you make one of these things, do you start with this exquisitely machined, industrially fabricated one, and then move on to other approximations around it?
Yeah.
Or is there no such trajectory? Does it go back and forth?
Yeah, it goes back and forth, and it kind of floats around, and then maybe understand it afterwards, or like the way it morphs.
So in the making, there's no hierarchy. Where in the studio work, it's not hierarchical. Doesn't go from one to the other or back again. It sort of goes all ways.
Yeah, not in like a linear way. I think that there's like then sort of understanding of them afterwards as well. And through this video, like this is the organisation of these objects and pulling out these meanings and similarities. And
the video is as a conversation.
I think
we need to stop, sorry. Okay.
Well, thanks a lot. Sorry for...
It's okay.
I think, you could carry on going on about it for a while.
I've just to sit on 3 chairs just to think about the 3 objects, how they relate. Thanks a lot,
Okay.
Florian. It's fascinating. I know you can go on and on and on, but in a fascinating way. Don't worry about that.
Maybe.
And hopefully your conversation can continue throughout the residency. I wonder if there's any questions from the audience now. If not, you can wait, obviously, to the roundtable discussion. Yeah, okay. Well, thanks a lot.
All right.
Yeah. So now Takeshi, thanks for talking about stuff and infrastructures, networks.
I'm not sure how this will go, but we'll see.
Hi, I'm Takeshi Shiomitsu. I'm going to give a rundown of some current research interests. sort of terminology that's quite useful for me to talk about at the moment. Hopefully it will be relatively light and not horrible. And it'll just sort of give some vague definitions of useful concepts or terms. They're quite broad ones. I think I need to turn off the 3G on this. Okay. It's really inconclusive stuff as well. There's nothing, I'm not going to be saying anything particularly big. It's going to be scattered. It's all sort of ongoing research. But it's just some access points to sort of explain how I'm starting to think about these things. I'm doing sort of making art objects and also thinking about making some sorts of network topologies and stuff, but not as art. Okay. Right. Infrastructure is defined as the basic physical and organizational structures and facilities needed for the operation of a society or enterprise. For example, buildings, roads, power supplies. Network infrastructure is the set of structures put in place to facilitate communication. The infra prefix comes from the Latin for below. Infrastructures are foundational and can either be visible or invisible. Network infrastructure, in practical terms, is the hardware and software resources of an entire network that enables network connectivity, communication, operations, and management of an enterprise network. Network infrastructure provides the communication path and services between users, processes, applications, services, and external networks. So the internet is a good example. I'm just basically reading off Wikipedia here at this point. So we can see infrastructure in anything from an online platform to a network topology to a set of mutually agreed social codes. So I'm thinking about and attempting to pin down where the infrastructure is as a way to start understanding the underlying principles that facilitate movement and communication. So I'm sometimes looking into how small-scale infrastructures can be built, alternative ways of using existing infrastructures. I'll talk a bit about that later, I think. I'm also looking into different network topologies, and particularly offline networks, but I'll talk about them a bit later as well. So a mesh network is a network topology in which each node relays data for the network. All mesh nodes cooperate in the distribution of data in the network. A wireless mesh network is a communications network made up of radio nodes organized in a mesh topology. It's also a form of wireless ad hoc network. Wireless mesh networks often consist of mesh clients, mesh routers, and gateways. The mesh clients are often laptops, cell phones, and other wireless devices, while the mesh routers forward traffic to and from the gateways, which may, but need not, connect to the internet. This is a quote from a Wired article about mesh networks and how they can be used. They get talked about a lot in terms of revolutions and things like that, and things like Red Chat and the Fire Chat, sorry, and sort of this ability to just pop up a network in a particular location. So this thing gets talked in specifics for when there's no when the internet's been taken down by regimes and things like that. But I'm not hugely interested in that. Sorry. A mesh network is reliable and offers redundancy. When one node can no longer operate, the rest of the nodes can still communicate with each other directly or through one or more intermediate nodes. Wireless mesh networks can self-form and self-heal. Wireless mesh networks can be implemented with various wireless technology, cellular technologies, or combinations of more than one type. So, alongside this practical research into network structures, topologies, infrastructure, alternative things, I'm also looking at sociological stuff, looking to find the ways that power is operating in these networks. So looking at infrastructure in quite an analytical but also quite free way. So homophily, or love of the same, is the tendency of individuals to associate and bond with similar others. These include age, gender, class, and organisational role. Individuals in homophilic relationships share common characteristics, beliefs, values, education, etc., that make communication and relationship formation easier. So this is a tendency I'm interested in terms of why we can't talk about just community in this really holistic, everyone can be friends sense. Because it's a bit more complicated than that. You need some fundamental belief structures to bind you and connect you with other people. So homophilic tendencies mean that familiar connections bind us together, and these are the things that form communities. There's no such thing as the community in the abstract. It's made through shared belief systems, similar histories, similar interests. It is made from material, basically. It's made from material things and histories. So having disparate fundamental beliefs will reduce your ability to access particular social worlds. I'll talk about that a bit later as well, I think. This is a diagram of homophily, which looks similar to network topologies. I also want to mention heterophily, or love of the different, which has a much shorter article on Wikipedia. It gives one, so it's defined as the tendency of individuals to collect in diverse groups. It is the opposite of homophily. There's one vague example. Heterophily is notable in successful organisations where the resulting diversity of ideas is thought to promote an innovative environment. This struck me because it seems that the heterophilous tendencies are not so core as to include people who would question whether innovation is actually worthwhile at all. There's quite a few academic papers about it. It's mainly business focused. People are really trying to make sure that they can get teams working together and reach sort of peak innovation and these sorts of quite abstract things that businesses seem to be looking for. But my interest in homophily comes from an interest in taste. So taste as an ongoing, shifting cultural system of aesthetic privileges, or a way that underlying ideological conditioning is inscribed. So how taste is formed and how it wields power. Taste, for me, I think is as important as an understanding as theories of infrastructure, because taste is inextricable from power. Taste is the ideological infrastructure of aesthetic power, or aesthetic infrastructure of ideology. It's also tied into desire, the manufacture of desire and aspiration, and the sorts of things we talk about when we talk about sort of neoliberalism, or we talk about commodity fetishism, or when people try to do sort of Marxist analyses of things. And one more piece of specific terminology from Eli Pariser, who wrote a book about filter bubbles. This is the filter bubble. Oh, yeah. A filter bubble is a result of a personalized search in which a website algorithm selectively guesses what information a user would like to see based on information about the user, such as location, past click behavior, and search history. And, as a result, users become separated from information that disagrees with their viewpoints, effectively isolating them in their own cultural or ideological bubbles. Prime examples are Google personalized search results and Facebook's personalized news stream. According to Petersen, users get less exposure to conflicting viewpoints and are isolated intellectually in their own information bubbles. Petersen related an example in which one user searched Google for BP and got investment news about British Petroleum, while another searcher got information about the Deepwater Horizon oil spill, and that the two search result pages were strikingly different. So this is another one from like filterbubble.com or something. Yeah. So observing filter bubbles in this case is observing the manifestations of attempting to innocuously ingrain homophilous tendencies into search infrastructure. I'm pretty sure filter bubbles are an unintended consequence of quite a vain attempt to help people find information and relevant information. I don't think it's in anyone's particular interest to make sure that people stay in these bubbles. However, it does highlight some interesting things about how we understand the use of data and algorithms in our lives and in the types of infrastructures we're using. Right. Right. These algorithms are set up in order to serve relevant content to a user, be that in search rankings or advertising. So, with these search engine results as an example, it looks like the intention of the algorithm that drives search happen at a couple of different levels. At first, there's some kind of analysis happening to make semantic sense of data, to understand what the contents of a site are beyond just a list of keywords. So there's an algorithm looking at metadata and other clues which might give a larger picture of the site they're analysing. Then it can use this alongside metadata it knows about the active user, which is collected from search patterns, click history, social networks, etc. It can serve a user what it thinks is more relevant and therefore more useful data. So yes, the problem here is of filter bubbles. In Eli Paris's terms, the fact that the user is not being served content that might challenge their existing views. Okay, got it. But it also seems to betray the underlying ideological structure of how we understand data and of how desires drive those algorithms. The data the search engine works with is extrapolated only from what is happening on the search engine platform itself. Data as a general concept refers to the fact that some existing information or knowledge is represented or coded in some form suitable for better usage or processing. Data is able to quantify, and we can only quantify so far. Algorithms attempt to humanize raw data and to forge an understanding of what it is we want before we know we want it. So, this information can also be based on the decisions of other people in the world who seem to have similar tastes and interests. So if you like Poussin, you might also like Caravaggio. Now, you know these things on Amazon. Other people also bought. So what also seems to be evident is that algorithms are designed and developed by a particular set of people who have ended up working in algorithms. So they have a convergent interest, they have some sensus communis, they have like some thing binding them together. And they seem to make unconscious and uncriticized assumptions about what is good, what is bad, what is useful, what is unhelpful, etc., when they're building these things. Assumptions are being made by people involved at every level of the development of any infrastructure. So data and algorithms are not neutral, objective instruments. It feels like there's a fundamental disconnect when any platform imagines that it's able to be neutral, or if we try to imagine that any platform is neutral. If we imagine that a museum is just a neutral place, or imagine that Google is this entirely neutral place, this is always untrue. Okay. So, a few years ago, I got interested in offline networks, so hardware networks that are not connected to the global internet. I had a plan to make an offline mesh network, but it would have been really labour intensive, and I never got any time to do it on the scale I wanted to at that time. I wasn't really sure why I wanted to do it either, so I didn't have much desire to do it. I couldn't justify it to myself. It would have been taking a lot of time. I didn't quite have the sort of language to articulate it. I still probably don't have that, but I'm going to try and talk about it a little bit anyway. I got more interested in denial and reduced access to places or services. The idea that you would build some place, then only allow access for a specific group or to refuse access to another group. So using this as a way of analysing how communities are built in a very direct and specific way, and using sort of offline network infrastructure as a way of trying to understand this. By actively or passively allowing or denying, so anywhere in that matrix of being in control of the entry process to your particular platform or infrastructure. I was particularly interested, there was like you remember when Facebook was like first starting, you couldn't actually get on it, you couldn't just sign up, you had to sort of get an invite. Same with Gmail, the sort of way that people would try to join these new platforms based on desire and based through like other people around them that they wanted to. It was definitely basically through these sort of homophilous networks that people would pass it on to their friends, and this would become, therefore, an exclusive club. So I've been thinking about starting to prototype the infrastructure for this and build this ability into the foundations of a network. So thinking about building offline networks or the infrastructure for offline networks in a sort of abstracted, modular sense. That's what an offline network is. My interest in building different forms of infrastructure is mainly in the ability to have or give control of the fundamentals. So allow this to be taken and reused by others, but at this really like base level. So often the approach, if you're building a platform, is to insist that everyone uses the platform on those terms. This is quite abstract, sorry. So I'll sort of bring it back. So building a platform and trying to get people to use it on specific terms is commonly used in boycott campaigns and no platforming campaigns. The common strategy in a boycott is to deny ourselves access to a place to ensure we do not engage with a particular set of practices. So we don't buy a product, or we don't go to an event or place. But this works only in opposition to an existing set of principles. It doesn't propose anything new. So I'm not interested in exiling if the exile is not generative. So by looking at the infrastructure of the discourse, you can start to see where the core problems are and attempt to address these. I'm interested in considering forms of speculative infrastructure that create alternative interiors that can promise alternatives rather than the system of only being able to exist in opposition to something else. So, I've just been talking about this mainly in hardware, like technical ways. Most of this conversation is allegorical. It's not. I'm trying to think about these things simultaneously in, let's say, social applications as I am in the production of artwork or of aesthetics or of what this means in painting and what this means in video practices, at the same time as actively trying to build the infrastructures in technical terms. So trying to expand the understanding outside of the pragmatism of this thing just existing to a more sort of speculative way of looking at what infrastructure is or could be, stripping things sort of very much back. I'm occupied with how it might be possible to start working on alternative approaches to infrastructure while understanding that full neutrality is never really possible, and understanding that infrastructure should make an experience or task easier without compromising reality and experience. And that's my long technical talk. Yeah, sure, yeah.
Let's sit down. Well, thanks a lot, Taki, again. You know, it's a really privilege, you know, both for Wysing and also for all of you here today and online, that the artists have actually, you know, you're really putting yourself out in terms of sharing your research, and in a quite also, you know, open, even, you know, poetic and allegorical way. And I think it is a very daring thing to do, but hopefully kind of useful for production of ideas as well.
I hope so.
That kind of put it out somehow and kind of think it aloud. And it's interesting. I think it's interesting the way that moving from Kit and Florian's in conversation about obviously objects and that multiple meanings and extra dimensional and relationship in between the object somehow fits with what you're talking about. Obviously, completely different subject matter of infrastructures and networks as you present it, but it's also talking about. I'm particularly interested in this topic that you mentioned, the love of the same.
Yeah.
That it's like there's this bubble, but within that there's possibility of multiplicity.
Yeah, I mean, there's this like convergent points where people are understanding each other and being able to communicate within a particular framework, and then. So I mean, I used to work. I did for a while work in like a publicly funded art gallery on the front desk, and people would come in sometimes, and like you'd have to explain what art was from very very like fundamental, just the process of going into a space and looking at objects and understanding them in a particular historical context, and that's a sort of infrastructure that was lacking, like a sort of cognitive understanding, or just a lack of education in infrastructure in Britain or something like that. Just the fact that it's a devaluing, or no one is the lack of value of something or a particular form of knowledge. And yeah, I'm interested very much in these particular points where convergence happens, but I'm also like a bit troubled by it because of going to like a conference and everyone is in a very particular like mindset. Everyone knows these things in a very directed and specific way, and there's very little way out of that singular approach. Sort of communities form around particular themes and understandings of how the world is or could operate, or something. So yeah, art conferences are quite difficult places because everyone seems to agree, but also and the frustration is that you can't challenge these things on the terms of that particular way of communicating, I think. So yeah.
I wonder if there's any comments or thoughts from the audience. Maybe both in relation to Kit and Florian, but also Taki.
Yeah, sure.
Are you aware of something like a negative feedback about what it is? So instead of getting what you like,
getting what you don't like. I don't know if this exists. Do you know? Does this exist? I don't know. I mean, that would be cool, but you'd need to be able to like to provide that. You'd need to be in control of all the metadata and understanding the data anyway. So you'd have to be. I mean, Google wouldn't do that because they'd just send you adverts that you really don't want, and this would be terrible for business. But I mean, I was thinking of, for instance, an augmented reality, like virtual reality, augmented reality sort of thing, which blocks out adverts and blocks out like noise, so you can just sort of walk around the world and not have to look at anything, and just sort of try to avoid an avoidant augmented reality rather than an augmented reality, as it were. It depends what your definition of augmentation is. But this is, I think, it comes back to like this idea of I'm interested, very, very, very much interested in this like idea of denial. So not allowing access to something, or cutting off access to something, or being transparent insofar as you want to be transparent, and then not actually being fully transparent about things. So with I've got a friend of mine maintains like a public calendar, so everyone knows where he is at all times, but he's very rarely in the places that he says he is. So it's this illusion of like full transparency and of giving data and giving things out to the world, but without that actually being a truth. So thinking a bit about as well ways that you can start to muddle data streams, or the ways in which people are getting information about certain things or about yourself or whatever on this like larger scale, and also thinking about networks in general and how you can start to build different types of infrastructure or different speculative network infrastructure, so that that possibility is built into the foundations of it, that denial possibility. Which is already there anyway, like soft power denies you from going to places anyway, so yeah.
Do you know how this denial and data information would work in a scenario like North Korea or China, when there is so much denial and control? Have you ever looked into that?
I think so, but that's for me that's an instance where the government is putting in place a particular set of infrastructures that deny people an ability to communicate on particular terms. I think what I'm quite interested in is trying to build a way that people can build infrastructure, so that infrastructure can be maintained and built by a populace rather than put in place, and then the control can be taken by the people who put it there in the first place. So this does exist with, for instance, with like wireless mesh networks and dropping these things into revolutions and things like where internet has been cut off by dictatorships. But there's still like a little bit of a way to go in how that a lot of people are working on this at the moment, I think, in like very different, weird, speculative ways, like having drones with wireless networks attached to them that hover above cities, and everyone can use this thing within this locale, and so I think that talking about North Korea and China and these sorts of filtering processes is an example of what can go wrong with centralized data sort of management. And in the UK now, we have websites blocked all the time, loads of them. Like there's a good long list of websites that are now blocked by the UK government, and that and this can be on entirely like speculative grounds, but it does sort of lay the foundation for something a little bit more sinister, like what you are allowed access to. So I'd prefer that to be on everyone else's terms rather than a centralized like particular term. Anyway. On denial, I think it's just a way of, instead of starting out building something with the idea that, oh, this will just be fully inclusive for everyone, it just never is. Like, nothing is ever fully inclusive. There's all sorts of barriers that would stop people from getting involved. The reason why we're not all involved in like offline networks is because it's such a closed-off world with a very particular sort of demographic of people working on that, until the point at which it can gain a more sort of traction and accessibility outside of that closed communication circle. So it's just attempting to think through how far you deny information in the first instance anyway, and how much you're willing to give, and how much of your data and the information about you are happy to let out into the world, or just let your neighbour know, or let things happening, because these things are all sort of known anyway by governments and by sort of the amount of information that's being siphoned off by GCHQ and NSA and things like this. I mean,
Denial as resistance?
yeah, I think so. Denial as a way of. I think it's just important to build it in from the start, to understand that the denial is always happening at some fundamental level, and actually, you have no control over what is being denied to us. To a particular sort of person who's in charge of this infrastructure. So it's worth considering very much from the beginning that denial is an integral part of data. And you should be able to know what, or at least understand how far you're giving things away. But yeah.
Makes it neutral.
Huh?
That's neutral, right?
Yeah, this would have to be, everyone would have to, I mean, you'd have to, you have to sort of know, I think, you have to sort of know what data is being given away of yours in the first place, anyway. I mean, I'm thinking offline mainly because these things exist very much in temporary, locations and don't exist globally in the same way, and can exist very much in a more... It's not this idea that you can just build a community because everyone lives next door to each other. It's more this idea that you can start to consciously identify how communities are being built and use that structure as a point of access, and not being so transparent that you get arrested as soon as you start to make friends, you know?
Yeah.
Very quick technical points really, but I understood that if you didn't sign on to cookies when you went onto your website, that was a good way of them not being able to track you so well, or track your interests so well. And the other thing, I thought places like in Syria and places like when people are rebelling, they have a sort of phone system where they can send messages across to each other, which just bounce messages over.
Mm-hmm. That's a sort of mesh network topology. With cookies, that's just one way. There's loads of other stuff that's being tracked. If you're logged into something, then data is being collected on that account and stuff like that, you know. Not entirely. Things. I mean, you can't. I don't think you can entirely, at this point. So, Google might not track it if you ask them not to, but GCHQ will, sort of thing. They'll still be collecting information about what you're doing and what's going on. I know I sound a bit like a conspiracy theorist, but this is sort of a logical conclusion of there's obviously the resources don't exist for a government to be tracking you in every person, every step they're taking, but if they wanted to, they could de-anonymize the sort of data that you're putting out into the world, and yeah. So yeah, it's a question of whether this data itself can be used in good ways, or whether you can just opt out entirely as well from that particular infrastructure, that network that relies on people giving data in order to create revenue.
Sorry. Well, thanks a lot. Do save your questions for later for Taki and everyone, Kit and Florian. It feels like, we've been talking a bit micro level, or macro level, and now we're going into a micro level by Marco Galardini, and to talk about alternative uses of DNA. So thanks a lot.
Hello everyone. So I'm really glad to be here, and thank you for being here as well. So in recent years when we apply for grants, so I'm a scientist, and we apply for grants, and now they ask us to commit to public engagement and these sort of things. So I'm really happy that I'm here. So maybe next time I apply for a grant, I will mention that I came here. Anyway, so I'll present myself first. So I'm a computational biologist, as Lotte said, which mostly means that I sit in front of a computer for extended periods of time. That's it, basically. But instead of looking at pictures of cats, I look at the biological data on my computer. And my main interest is in microbiology, which means mostly bacteria. So it's a life form that is pretty much everywhere. So this room probably has billions and billions of bacterial cells all over the place. And we have lots of bacteria in our gut. You get the idea. I mostly do comparative genomics, which is reading and analyzing DNA from several different bacteria and comparing this DNA. So I've studied in Florence, Bologna, and Nijmegen, and I got my PhD in bioinformatics and microbiology in Florence. And now I'm a postdoctoral fellow at the European Bioinformatics Institute, the EBI. And I'm also collaborating with the EMBOL in Heidelberg, so I go back and forth sometimes. I'm also interested in photography and the do-it-yourself electronic music, just in the free time. So that's who I am. So today I'm going to talk about DNA and its weird alternative uses by either living organisms, like bacteria mostly, and how humans have found out new ways to use this DNA. So I think it's probably redundant to present DNA in Cambridge because it's so full of references to it all over town. There is even, I don't know if you know it, there is a cycle path south of the Addenbrooks, which is called the DNA path, and it has a strip on the pavement with the letters of the gene of the breast cancer gene. So it's full. If you go everywhere in Cambridge, you will find references to it. But I think it's important to spend a few words on it because it has some implications on what I'm going to show you next. So I guess you're all familiar with the double helix concept. So DNA is a pretty simple polymer when compared to other molecular machines in cells. So it's composed by these 4 building blocks, which are called the nucleotides. So these are some chemical molecules, and you probably know them because they have these 4 letters. So you have G, C, A, and T. And these letters get attached head to tail to form a single strand of the double helix. And so the another important feature is that the letters go in pairs. So G will attach to C, and A will attach to T. So probably you already know about this. And the interaction between these two letters, it's not strong. So it's if you eat your DNA mixture, they will probably disassemble. But if there are many letters in the 2 strands of DNA that match each other, so they are complementary, the familiar double strand will form. Another thing that is worth mentioning is that the interaction between G and C is a bit stronger than between A and T's. So if you have a double strand of DNA which is rich in A's and T's, it will disassemble at lower temperatures as compared to a sequence that has more G's and C's. Okay, so that's it about really the basic stuff about DNA. So it's a really simple molecule as compared to other polymers, but it's really important because it's able to store all the information that is needed to make a living organism, more or less. So bear in mind that I'm making I'm simplifying lots of things here, but that's pretty much it. So just with DNA, you're able to make an organism. Because it has a series of codes. So when you have a series of nucleotides, it's called a sequence. And this sequence encodes for some information. So for instance, and there are many codes. The one that is most known is the genetic code, which is a 3-letter code. So every three letters encode for a distinct amino acid, which is then used to make proteins, which are the workers in the cell. They do the hard work. So the DNA stores the information, and the proteins will do most of the work, not all. So the genetic code, you have the 3 letters, and they get translated to protein. So that's a code that is really well known, and it's also really not error prone. So if you change one letter, there is a pretty good chance that you will have an effect on the protein, which most cases it's not beneficial for the organism. Actually, it's detrimental most of the times. But there are other codes as well which are not so strict, that are not so well known, which are mostly related to regulation inside the cells and so on. So you have, so this is an example in eukaryotes, in humans and other life forms like us. So you have a gene, which is the red boxes, and you have regulatory sequences, so regulatory pieces of DNA, which encodes some information to tell to the cell when to produce a protein, for instance, and so on. And the code is not really well understood. We are getting there slowly, but it's less understood. So it's not like a 3-letter code. It's more shady and cloudy. And so, yeah, this is the way DNA stores information. Okay. So, so to ensure that this information is passed down by generations, we have several mechanisms to replicate DNA. So you have your double strand, which gets opened, and then there are some proteins, which are the workers of the cell, and they will replicate the DNA, as you see there. But there are also some others, so this process is not error-prone, and sometimes you get letter changes because of the environment, so exposure to UV light, to chemicals, you name it, you will get some changes in the sequence. So there are some other proteins that will detect these errors and will try to correct them. So there is a whole system of proteins that will help to propagate the information to the next generation in the best way possible. But of course, it is not perfect, and it has to be not perfect, because otherwise we won't have evolution and adaptation. Because if the environment changes and you don't have any mutation, there will any diversity in a certain species, it would be more difficult to have an individual which is resistant to the menace. Okay. So these are the kinds of mutations that you can encounter. So if it's a single letter change, it's called a SNP, which stands for single nucleotide polymorphism. But you also can have some bigger changes. So you can have the deletions in the chromosome, which means that you get a piece of DNA that just goes away. And usually these mutations are always lethal for a human. But for instance, for bacteria, they are more common and they usually are not so detrimental. So these are all kinds of mutations that you can get if you go without your sunscreen, if you smoked a lot, and so on. Okay. So each living organism uses DNA as its information storage. And the nice thing about it is that there are some machines in cells. For instance, this is a ribosome, which is the machine that makes proteins. And every living organism has it. And if you take the components which are encoded in DNA and you compare the sequence across different organisms, you can see some similarities and differences as well. So you can make this tree of life. So this tree of life is based on the ribosome, in some components of the ribosome, and it tells us that all life on Earth is related to each other, and which also implies that probably there is a root on the tree, which is called the last universal common ancestor, which was probably either one single cell or a series of different cells, and so on. So this has a pretty interesting philosophical consequence, which is that we are all part of the same family on Earth. So all living things on Earth are part of the same family. And as Carl Sagan once said, it's like an unbroken thread that goes from this common ancestor to the tip of the tree. So, and it's also interesting because it means that this last common ancestor has gone through kind of alternative realities, alternative stories. It could have become like the bacteria that causes the black plug, or a tree, or a horse, a human, another bacteria, and so on. But they all come from the same root. So this is really interesting. So here in this tree, there are some other things. So it's not so linear. I'm making it really simple. There are some cases where you see jumps in the tree. For instance, eukaryotes, like humans and so on, we have this thing called the mitochondria inside our cells, which is like the engine that gets the cells going. And that is thought to be a bacteria that jumped inside our cells and got integrated there. So this tree really has also branches that cross together. Yeah. So DNA is so central, of course, as I just showed, that living organisms have come up with ideas, with strategies to use it as a surviving tool. And we have observed and described these ways, and we have used them as a technological tool ourselves. So as I told you, humans, for instance, they pass DNA to the offsprings mostly by vertical inheritance, which means my children will have only my DNA and the DNA of my partner, for instance. And this is a really, how can I say? So this is really common when talking about vertical inheritance. So this is a family tree that goes from Queen Victoria to the Tsars of Russia, because Queen Victoria apparently had hemophilia. She didn't have the hemophilia itself, but she was carrying the gene for hemophilia. And they were able to draw the family tree and understand who passed the gene to the son of the Tsar, of the last Tsar. So it only goes vertically. So I can only pass my DNA to my children, I cannot pass it to someone else. But for bacteria, it's really different. So this is, again, another phylogenetic tree. And in bacteria, it's really common to observe DNA swaps. So they basically either pick up DNA from the environment, or they pass DNA between each other, and so on. So it's really interesting. And I can show you some examples that explain this better. So this is it's called transformation. So that oval there is the representation of a bacterial cell, and the inner circles are the chromosomes. So in stressful conditions, bacteria have to come up with a survival strategy quickly, otherwise they will die. And when a cell dies, it releases DNA in the environment. So what the bacteria does, it opens the gates, hoping to find some little pieces of DNA, and they just take them and they integrate them in their own chromosome, hoping that some of these pieces of DNA will have some interesting feature, like genes that can help them survive. So they say, okay, I'm going to die. I need to find a way to survive. Let's just take random pieces of DNA and see if there is anything that can help me survive. And that's how you see horizontal gene transfer. So they don't pass their DNA just to their children, but they can also pass them between themselves. So this is pretty passive. So they just take DNA that happens to be there. But very recently, some scientists have shown that the bug that causes cholera, which is called Vibrio cholerae, actually does that on purpose. So when it's inside the human host, for instance, it has this little needle, which is a protein, a series of proteins, and they use it to inject some killing devices to other bacteria in order to kill them and to take some of their DNA to improve their pathogenicity. So they can also use it on, let's say, on purpose. So if they get some interesting piece of DNA, they will become more pathogenic and so on. And sometimes they can also give up on their defense mechanism against DNA changes. So sometimes they decide to get rid of the proteins that ensure that the DNA is replicated properly. So they say, okay, I don't care if I get many errors while duplicating my DNA, because I'm in a harsh environment and I have to survive. So they just get rid of these proteins, and they accumulate more mutations. And then, therefore, they increase their chances of survival. And then after a while, if let's say the treat passes, they can just acquire these proteins again from foreign DNA, as I showed you. So really, they really don't care much about conserving their DNA. They're really open to getting new stuff in and out, because it's beneficial for them. It would be really strange to see that in humans, like exchanging pieces with, I don't know, another animal or plants would be crazy. And they can also do something else. So they can, this doesn't involve taking foreign DNA. This is more like when they encounter, for instance, an antibiotic, and they have some genes in them that are able to give them a resistance to that antibiotic, but maybe the concentration is not that high to survive. So they can decide to amplify parts of their DNA, so you get more copies of that gene, and therefore you are more resistant to the antibiotic. So when you remove the antibiotic, since it's not good for them to have many copies of this gene, it will get back to the single copy. So they can do pretty much whatever they want with their DNA. And this helps them to survive. And there is another way by which bacteria transfer DNA, which has been used by humans. And that is, so this is the one on the left is a bacteria called Agrobacterium tumefaciens. So what it does, it infects trees and plants and forms tumors in them. So those formations there are tumors. It does that by injecting DNA inside the plant. So it gets inside the plant, uses some injection machinery, and so the plant is forced to make these tumors in which it produces a chemical that is used by the bacteria to grow. And so you may wonder why we would be interested in that. The reason is that this way we can make GMO crops, because we have a natural way to transfer some DNA inside a plant. And so that's what we have done. So the red circle in there is the DNA that gets into the plant. So you can remove some parts and add some gene of interest, and then you give it to the plant, and you will have this new transgenic plant. For instance, here on top you have the natural plant, which has been eaten by some bug, and the other one is the GMO crop, which has this gene, which also is derived from another bacteria, which is a toxin for insects. So the insect tries to eat the plant, but it gets killed. So there are other ways to make GMO crops, but this is really interesting because we are using something that was already there in nature, which is something that we do a lot, especially for bacteria. So for instance, when you wash something in the washing machine, the soap contains some enzymes that are derived from bacteria and that are able to chop the dirt out of your clothes, which is also why you shouldn't use high temperatures in there, because otherwise those proteins will get broken. Okay. And this is another mechanism which has been recently discovered 3 or 4 years ago. So it originally was a way for bacteria to defend themselves against viruses. So they were able to recognize some sequences from the virus, which was trying to infect them. But since it can recognize those sequences, there was this little protein chopping the virus DNA. But some people have studied this system and discovered how to change the system in a way that you can, it's a bit difficult to explain, in a way that you can make any change to any DNA. So I could take some cells from any source, give it this protein with a particular DNA that I can synthesize, and I can get any change inside a cell. So for instance, it can be useful to study tumors. So you get a tumor, you want to change a gene to see what happens, and you use this system to target precisely that particular gene. And this comes from a bacteria. So far we have seen ways by which we have taken advantage of what was already there, and we converted it to a technological tool. But there are other ways which were unseen in nature before, and people have just came up with that idea. But let's hope that nature will be okay with this. You never know. So remember about the physiochemical properties of DNA. So people know really well about how DNA can bend, how DNA can open up and close, and so on. So this is an example of a study that people have made. This was done in Florence. And this was really interesting because they were able to measure the flexibility of DNA at a single molecule level. So what they did was taking a particular piece of DNA which was on which a protein will bind, and it was bending the DNA itself. So they attach a single molecule of DNA on a surface and attach a small magnetic bead on top. And so when the protein, which are those small arrows, the blue arrows. I don't know if you can see them. When those blue arrows were binding to the DNA, we were bending it. So they were seeing with a powerful microscope that the magnetic ball was not drifting that much because it was constrained by the DNA that was folded. So this explains how you can, how much we know about DNA. So we can study really how tiny pieces of DNA fold themselves and so on. So we know so much about DNA that I think it was just a matter of time before someone would have come up with some new ideas. The first of which was really, I think it started as a game. I'm not entirely sure on this, but it looks like it started like that. So it's called the DNA origami. So this guy from the California Institute of Technology, he was, I don't know why he decided to do this experiment. I'm sorry, I really have no idea. I think he's into nanotechnology, so that's why he did that. So he was trying to make shapes with DNA. And DNA, as you know, as I told you, it comes in pairs. So when you have a G and a C, they will come together, and A will get together with a T. So maybe you can come up with some specific sequences that will form a specific shape, either two-dimensional or three-dimensional. So maybe with this picture I can explain better, maybe. So have a look at the bottom right image. So the black line is a particular piece of DNA. It can be any DNA, actually. In this case, in his experiments, it was just a virus DNA, but it can be just a DNA from anywhere. And then you come up with a design which is on the top left. So you want, let's say you want to make that shape. And you know the sequence, so you know where there is an A, when there is a G, a C, a T, and so on. So he designed these small pieces of DNA, the colored ones, which are termed staples. And as you can see, they bind us in specific places of the sequence, and they cross across different parts of the sequence. So they are kind of forcing the target DNA in a specific shape. So you just have your DNA in a tube, you add these staples, and just by itself, at the proper temperature, they will fold in a couple of hours. So you start with your piece of DNA, add these little pieces, and after a while, you get these shapes. So these, of course, they serve no purpose, of course, just to show that the method works. It's a proof of principle thing. I think it's pretty cool, especially the star and the smile. So on the bottom, you see when the method doesn't work. So he was able to understand some principles, some things you cannot do with these shapes. So, for instance, the triangle there doesn't work very well. The simple rectangle doesn't work very well either, and so on. So he also released a simple computer program which is called CAD Nano, in which you input your DNA sequence, the shape you want to make, and it will tell you the little sequences that you have to add to form this shape. So it's really interesting. You can also do something like this, like tapestry. So you have either the dark-colored mesh is DNA, but also the bright-colored mesh is DNA itself. They are just labeled differently. So under certain wavelengths, you see a different color. So it's pretty powerful. So you might say that it's not really useful for anything. It's just a game and so on. But as always in science, you always start with curiosity, and then someone else will find interesting applications of your idea. So it's really, I think it's really how science works. You don't expect to have an application right from the start. You just play with things. So this is an example of an application by other guys. So they made this 3D shape, which is a box, made with this DNA origami technique. And you can just add to the mix a few pieces of DNA that will open the box, and there will be some other pieces of DNA that will close the box. So for instance, say you put a drug inside, and you find a way to put this box inside a cell, let's say a cancer, for instance. And then you only need to add the specific piece of DNA, and the box will open. the drug will come out and will kill the cancer cell. Or you can make a small computer with this. So for instance, they have this part on top that is excitable by light, but only when this thing is opened. So you can make a tiny computer device or something similar with these small DNA boxes. So it's all games, but probably eventually it will get to something useful and interesting. So let's just wait on that. So this application is based on the pairing properties of DNA. But remember that DNA is used to store information, and therefore maybe we could use it to store digital data. So this is something that's been done at DBI where I work by a guy called Nick Goldman. And so for instance, you know that we really live in the digital world, and it's really a pain to save all the digital data that we produce and consume every day. So just for our family photos, Facebook has to build these huge data centers, same as Google. And it's really a pain to conserve this data for long periods of time in a consistent way. It takes a lot of energy, it takes a lot of effort, and all the supports are going to be obsolete in some years. So it's really a problem. But there is a material out there which is not obsolete, and it's really, it works really well in storing dense information, which is DNA. It's been there for billions of years, and it worked pretty well, I think. So why not using it? And it's really good in storing information in a dense way. So in each human cell, we already store 6 billion letters. So pretty much. So this is the article that came out in 2012, I think. So they started with some digital data, which was all the Shakespeare sonnets, a picture of the Institute, Martin Luther King's speech in MP3 format, and some other stuff. So they made this base 3 encoding, which can be converted to DNA. And then from this DNA encoded digital data, they designed these really short pieces of DNA, just 125 letters, so really, really short, which contains the information and the index. So if you take that particular fragment and you have a way to read the DNA, you will know which information is inside and which part of the file, and so on. So, and the good thing is that the DNA, if it's stored in a cool, dry, dark place, can last for probably centuries, and it's really dense. The only thing is that now this process is really expensive to print the DNA itself. It's really not so scalable yet. But it will probably get scalable if there is the need to store information in this way. So what they did was to encode all this information in these tiny pieces of DNA. They sent it from California, I think, to Germany, and they read the sequences again. And they were able to reconstruct all the files just from the DNA. So it's a really just a proof of principle game, but it works. And the density is really huge. So you can store, in a single gram of DNA, 2.2 petabytes of digital data, which is a lot. And someone made an estimate that in the world now there are something like 12,000 petabytes of data. So that would translate to 5 kilograms of DNA, which could be contained in a backpack, let's say. So you could go around with your backpack full of all the human knowledge. Maybe. I don't know in which form. I don't know. It would be, I don't know, like a big tube with all this DNA inside. I don't know. But probably they won't allow you to bring it on the plane, let's say. So that's pretty much it. So these are two really interesting ways of use DNA for our own purpose. And I'm pretty confident that someone will come up with something else in the future. So I wanted to make some acknowledgements. First of all, to Federica, who brought me here some months ago. I think that's the reason, part of the reason why I'm here today. Lotte and Joy, with which I've exchanged some nice chats. And then Silvia Di Rene, who introduced me to this DNA origami thing. And, well, that's it.
Thanks a lot, Marco. Wow, I mean, yeah, it's really a privilege. It's very new to me personally to go into all of this, how you could use DNA. Yeah, I wonder because, yeah, I'm quite fascinated by how you describe these bacteria, because now we have this theme of the multiverse. It just seemed quite fascinating how they adapt and morph.
Yeah.
And what's the relationship actually to using DNA now in that way? Is that inspired by how the bacteria operate?
Well, not really in these two examples, because especially the DNA storage thing, the DNA hard disk, it's really using an encoding that has not been seen in nature. And this is a good thing, because then it implies that if some of these pieces of DNA gets out in the environment, they will do no harm, because otherwise, I mean, there is we have a commitment to the environment not to tamper too much with life. But it's really interesting how they can adapt to all environments on Earth. There are really also some studies about bacteria that remain attached to spacecrafts. And they can get into space and get back, and they're basically fine. And so, because they're really paranoid when they're sending spacecrafts in space, they have to be sterile and things. But it's really almost impossible to get rid of all the bacterial cells on surfaces. So there is a tiny possibility that there is now life on Mars because of the rovers. But that's really a wild guess. I'm not sure whether it's true or not. Could be. Who knows?
Yeah. I'm sure there's some questions for Marco, yeah.
It's interesting talking about bacteria as being very useful organism in a way, but we're always constantly trying to become immune from disease or bacteria, and also on a digital level, we're always very scared of these viruses, taking over our computer or data, or even taking that knowledge and stealing it. So it's quite interesting. Our thoughts on what bacteria is and immunity as well.
So it's really a constant arms race against bacteria. So they are really good in adapting so much that they are becoming so much resistant to antibiotics, for instance. So the moment we discover an antibiotic, it's just a matter of time before a bug comes up with a way to resist to it. But they're also beneficial. So in your gut, you have billions of bacterial cells that will help you digest the food and so on. So it's not black and white. And also some bacteria sometimes are beneficial, but if you are in a certain health state, they will be harmful to you and so on. There is not a simplistic way to describe our relationship with the bacterial world. I would say mostly useful, and the fact that they sometimes are harmful is just part of just life. Yeah.
I'm interested in the storage power of the DNA, but particularly in the choice of the first things that were ever stored in DNA. So the sonnets, Shakespeare sonnets, the Beatles, song, Martin Luther King, the picture of the singer.
Yeah.
And going back to Takeshi's talk, that he was talking about the algorithms and how we depend on the people who made those algorithms, taste and choice of things. And so the question is, are we going to be depending again on...
I mean, if this system becomes widespread, yes, it all depends on the guy who decides how to encode this information. And I think now they're hiring a new postdoc in Nick Goldman's lab to come up with a new algorithm to store this information, because I think there were some problems and difficulties with the first encoding. So they want to make it more robust and so on. So this person will have a lot of responsibility, let's say, in the way this system evolves. So we'll see.
I was also kind of relating to the previous two talks. So the first one was talking about using models, and so what they're talking about dimensions and the collapsing of the 3 dimensions into 2 dimensionals, and the information that's lost. And then so I was thinking with some of the structures that you were showing, like with the boxes, are those kind of ways of envisaging what's happening, or is it are you quite confident of the shape so that like when you actually you can take pictures of the smiley face and the stars? That, can we sufficiently see this, or is it what sort of information are we accessing? What might we be missing by what we're thinking we're seeing?
Yeah, this is something pretty common when you work with something that is invisible to the naked eye, because you're never quite completely sure that the thing you're working with is exactly as your model. So the box there, I don't have any actual photograph for that, but I'm pretty sure that it's not always the shape it was intended to be.
If it's just functioning as it's supposed to be, it doesn't matter what it looks like.
No, yeah, probably there is some proportion of the mix that is exactly the shape, or more or less exactly the shape they designed it to be. But I'm pretty sure there will be a substantial proportion that it's not the right shape, or it doesn't work at all, and so on. It's always pretty. So what is important if it works, then, and if the parts that are not the correct shape won't do any harm or won't do anything at all. So also for the pretty basic shapes, there were some that were really non-functional or not in the way they were designed to be. It's always like this with technology, and I think especially with nanotechnology, because it's so tiny. It's also so difficult because it's not something that you made by hand. It's something that you have to. It's self-assembled, so there is always something you're not taking into account, and so on. Even though we know a lot about DNA.
It's sort of an extension of your senses, and so you start knowing in it. I mean, I think that if you're experientially finding that it's acting in a way, you believe in a way you're seeing it. The same way that we approach the internet, we have an extended sense of our knowledge. We carry all of this more knowledge around in our backpacks than it's possible to keep in our minds.
I see. It's also about like the paranoia that they had when the black plague was there in the Middle Ages. So they didn't knew that it was a bacteria causing it. So they were extremely paranoid about everything. So they were blaming people for spreading the disease, even though it wasn't them, because it's invisible. So everything that is invisible, it's always difficult to work with, interact with, understand, and so on. You always have to make a leap of faith to understand it.
And that's the reason why it's so fascinating that what you've shown today about the fact that it's so abstract and invisible. That you concluded that it's possible to store it in a backpack. Like to come to a very everyday, concrete outcome.
Probably be crazily expensive as well with the technologies now.
I wanted to ask you about that. The cost of.
I think it's really expensive just to make the experiment that they made. Must have been the cost must have been high, but I think if the need to store data in this way will increase, then someone will come up with new ideas to synthesize DNA for sure. So it will become less and less expensive. Probably you don't want to store all of the information like this. Probably only the relevant, important bits.
Yeah. Okay, last question. Yeah.
What about the hardware though? I know you get all the data on the 5 kilograms of DNA, but.
Okay. No, yeah.
What hardware do you need to?
So you need hardware to write the data, yes, and that's the expensive part.
Yeah.
And then you need hardware to read the data, which is not as much as expensive because in science we read the DNA all the time. So there are technologies which are not so expensive. So reading won't be a problem. Writing it's more of a problem for the moment.
And you're talking about. It's not huge, is it?
No, yeah, the sequencing machines can go from a machine which is 1 ton to a USB stick that is being made in Oxford. So it's called the Oxford Nanopore. It's this tiny USB stick. You just stick it to your computer, put some DNA, and it will read it. So I'm pretty sure in the future they will have some really tiny sequencing machines.
Okay, fascinating. Yeah. Well, thanks a lot, Marco, and to Kit and Florian and Takeshi for presenting this first half of the afternoon. We'll have a 20 minutes break now, so to have some refreshment, tea and coffee is available in the reception. So we'll be back here 4:15 for Joey Holder's presentation. So thanks a lot.
Welcome back after this break. You're refreshed and had some sun. We're back in the space, and we're really privileged that Joey Holder, who is also one of our current residency artists, is going to do a presentation. And she has had some in conversation with Katrin Linse and Marco Galardini, and kind of informed that into your presentation. So thanks a lot.
Thank you. I'm actually just going to kick off my presentation with a film. Okay, first of all, I'd really like to thank Marco and Katrin for meeting with me and sharing some of their research. It's really appreciated. And some of the ideas of that research and those conversations are forming part of a new work that I'm making and that I'm quite excited about. So, I really hope to continue the conversations as we go along as well. Basically, I'm going to be showing a few works that I've done previously, just to kind of give you a bit of background about what I do, which is also relating to this bigger piece of work that I'm making. And throughout this talk, I'm basically just going to be playing a film which is sort of composed of research images, also websites that I've made, installation shots, videos, and to sort of present it, I guess, in quite a continual flow or stream. And that's, I guess, how I think about my work a lot, as not sort of being some sort of static work with sort of edges, but sort of in a kind of constellatory network, I guess, and sort of flowing between lots of different pieces of work. And I guess thinking about it in terms of having no sort of hierarchy either between maybe a finished gallery work or a research image that I find online. So actually this is quite related to what Taki was talking about before. I'm going to talk a little bit about networks. So, I mean, I was talking about, I guess my work existing in this kind of like constellatory network, and I guess the sort of writings of Bruno Latour have been very influential on my practice, and he says, networks have no inside, only radiating connectors. They are all edges. They provide connections but no structure. One does not reside in a network but rather moves to other points through the edges. And I guess I'm kind of interested in how like systems, I guess complex systems can be thought about through these networks, and the kind of collapsing of our ideas of something that is maybe natural or something synthesized and man-made, and like the collapse of those two like sort of definitions. So I guess thinking about how nature, for what a better word, is kind of networked. And I mean, doing some sort of research on like synthetic biology, like some of the things that Marco was talking about as well, I guess that kind of makes us completely rethink, I guess, what nature is, and how, I guess, we thought about nature as being this kind of development of like through millions of years of evolution, but now with things like synthetic biology, we can like effectively snip things we want and put them into other organisms to kind of like design nature, as it were. And I guess, like, as Marco says, like bacteria have already been doing that like themselves as well, so that kind of flips it on its head. So what's playing on the screen is actually like a website that I created called hydrozoan.net is the address, and it was like an online platform that ran alongside a exhibition that I did in Liverpool, which was part of the Liverpool Biennale there. So this was the online part of it. So quite often in my work I'm like mixing sort of elements of biology, of nanotechnology, kind of natural history, aquatic creatures, and quite often I'm sort of putting them within some sort of interface, I guess, or measuring device. And quite often those measuring devices are like scientific diagrams or explanations of like, I guess, like our way of taking apart that organic matter and how we can like understand it, I guess, like as humans. And I guess these kind of structures that we create to understand this kind of very complex world that we live in is, I always think about it as this kind of like narrowing down almost. You can only kind of look at something from a certain viewpoint or in a certain moment, and it's always about this kind of like structure or hierarchy. So I hope within my work I'm sort of trying to compose those things rather than sort of present them in some sort of hierarchy, if that makes sense. And I'm also very interested in the point where these things where the sort of systems and the diagrams and the measurements that we sort of create as humans, how that becomes like so complex in itself that it almost, well, it never does, but it kind of like comes up against the complexity maybe in natural life and in natural forms. So to quote Latour again, he says, "I've come to use the word composition to regroup in one terms whose many bubbles, spheres, networks, and snippets of art and science. It allows us to move from spheres to networks with enough of a common vocabulary, but without a settled hierarchy. And then to quote from Timothy Morton, these various diagrams and data visualizations illustrate our constant desire to order and make sense of the world, yet they abstract from any natural order, forming their own closed systems. Performing the function of measurement, these diagrams are inflexible units used to split up and portion organic matter. For all our discourse, maps, diagrams and plans regarding these things, they are not these things. There is an irreducible gap. That was perfect timing. Okay, so yeah, I guess quite often the subjects of my work sort of take the form of a lot of aquatic creatures, I guess, and the more sort of alien and weird ones. And I mean, I kind of thought a lot about why I'm attracted to these kinds of creatures. And I mean, perhaps in like a clever way of thinking about it, that these kind of creatures, I guess, are the furthest from, I don't know, what I see from our understanding. I mean, they live in like quite hostile environments, as Katrin is going to explain after me, and they operate in a completely different world, the way they process energy, or the whole way in which they live. So they're very kind of alien to us, and I guess they're the most sort of outside of our normal frames of reference. So I mean, I'm quite often like putting these creatures, as I say, within our own human-made sort of scientific diagrams and illustrations. So I guess what I aim to do is kind of illustrate this kind of complex sort of world that we live in, really, like this kind of multi-layered world that isn't kind of linear, and that we sort of strive to always classify and order, if you like. So I'm just going to fast forward a little bit. So this is a project I did at the beginning of this year in January called Biostat, which was a exhibition in London, Project Native Informant. And I'll just read out, it's just a small press release for this. It says, inside, captive breeding, increase the numbers, reconstruction with microsatellite markers, transgenic organism release. And at the time of making this exhibition, I just found out actually about Google Genomics, which is where Google now have a kind of cloud platform. I'm not sure if that's the right term, where you can like essentially upload your whole genome to Google. So some of what Marco was talking about, you can upload your genome to Google. I guess you would go to a medical tech company that would take a sample and that would extract that data, and then Google would somehow compare that data with, I guess, like another big data set of lots of other people's genetic information. And I mean, obviously there are some good things to that. I guess we could, we could find out about, I guess, that comparison as to whether there's any kind of like genetic defects, like sort of predicting diseases, etc. So, I mean, in this show I had this, again, like aquatic life form in the show, which was this crab on this screen that had the names of families of DNA on this sort of, I think it's a ticker, like screen going across, to sort of, like, that had arrows, like you see this red thing going across, which I guess was to maybe like think about how these genes are going to have a value in years to come. So this is just some of the install shots. Yeah, so this is just from Google Genomics. It says, Genomics has been launched providing an API to store, process, explore and share DNA sequence reads, reference-based alignments and variant calls using Google's cloud infrastructure. And I'm just going to read this out. So this is a quote from Rob Kitchen, who writes about big data. So, like, I guess thinking about all of this genetic information as being a part of big data as well, another kind of abstract term. He says, a data revolution is underway, one that is reshaping how knowledge is produced, business conducted, and governance enacted, as well as raising many questions concerning surveillance, privacy, security, profiling, social sorting, and intellectual property rights. As technology accelerates, it gathers an ever-increasing amount of data from a myriad of devices. Much of this data is provided by users interacting with technology through programmed interfaces, with a constant information stream. With the introduction of smarter cities and the Internet of Things, the physical web will be ever more present, and once inanimate objects evolving into smart devices, becoming nodes in controlled networks. They too will be able to provide information, increasing the deluge of relational data and the possibilities of its usage. At present, there is a growing problem of how to store this increased amount of data and indeed how to make sense of it. So Marco talks about the storage thing. So, my new work. So, with all this in mind, I kind of like from some of the ideas of the Biostat project and also the Hydrozoan project, I started to think about a work to sort of bring these two things together. And I kind of imagined the scene of like a high-tech medical room where I guess the idea is that the humans aren't present anymore in this scenario. So somehow the machines that we've created that have been left over are somehow, I mean, maybe it's, I don't think it's through AI, I'm not sure. They're somehow networked, and they're somehow networked directly to organic life forms somehow. And I'm speculating a lot here. So I'm imagining a world where where I guess like most of the land animals have died off. There's been some sort of mass extinction, and but what does remain is some sea life, and there's great diversity still in the sea. So the idea for the piece of work was to somehow, which is very much in progress. Like I've had 2 weeks making this, so bear with me. So kind of imagining this kind of network of machines that's somehow connected to like this kind of exterior deep sea environment, this deep sea ecosystem, which is kind of able to fluidly link with that ecosystem and sort of utilize the information and the genetic information and everything that it contains in a very kind of fluid way to actually somehow power itself. So I guess it's also about speculating a time where this idea of like a semantic web as well has been developed, like of deconstructing the complexity of biology and applying it directly and fluidly into our own artificial networks. So thinking through, I guess, synthetic biology as a way of harnessing evolution into these algorithmic processes to optimize like design, which is kind of already happening, right? How much time have I got?
5 minutes.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, this film is like a sketch really. It's very much in development, but yeah, I literally just made it. have time to read a small text? Yeah. I mean, this is a possible narrative that could go through the film, that could come as this text. Devices now powered by small amounts of scavenged energy can be trophic or symbiotic depending on the capacity of non-humans to act or participate in systems and networks. Multi-protein complexes provide contact between the neighbouring extracellular matrix. Communicating junctions or gap junctions allow for direct chemical communication between adjacent cytoplasm through diffusion without contact of the extracellular fluid. Artifacts have evolved towards non-random configurations which minimalisation of both average path length and physical distance are present. Because of their particular design, they are highly error-prone. A single failure in one component typically leads to system failure. Self-recognition is needed to endow devices with flexibility of in-situ challenges and adaptation to unforeseen conditions with enhanced fault tolerance. That is a work in progress. That's it.
Yeah, thank you, Joey. I wonder that we have time from 1 to 2 questions for Joey's presentation, or you might want to wait to pose specific questions to Joey.
Or critiques.
Or critique.
Or how badly the science is wrong.
The science I don't really get that. I know I've never sort of really done the science and stuff, but you said something about crunching it all down or compounding everything.
Compounding what? Sorry.
That was one of the things that you were aiming to do.
I guess I'm I guess I find myself in my work very lost and confused in these things, for want of a better word. But that's how I kind of make work. So it's almost like an oversaturation of information and different viewpoints maybe, and reading a lot. And so I guess it's trying to find a way through that sort of complexity, those sort of layers or something. As I said at the start, maybe forming some sort of composition with it, but not actually forming any kind of I don't really, I'm kind of against order, I guess, or structure, because I think that's something that is continually in flux as well, although we can obviously see structures in things and recognise them, but that's something that's kind of transforming all the time. So, yeah, that answers your question at all.
But I guess you do shape a structure, but within that, things can morph and change kind of ongoingly. You are making a decision of how to structure the material. But I don't know, probably artists in general, it is more of a, you hope to get to an intuitive level of, the work being able to dictate a structure or the next step or, something within that. So it's not necessarily, I don't have a kind of, set of parameters or something when I start to make work. It'll just generally be a kind of system overload things where I'll just surround myself with as much material as possible, and then I don't know, maybe try and find my way out of it or something.
I think it's quite interesting using all the scientific data and diagrams. So seeing sort of Marco's sort of diagrams before, it's the DNA structure appears to be this really beautiful kind of spring-like form, but in reality it's just a mess. You can't recognise what it really is. Quite like that, perhaps this mess, this odd thing that is DNA, this ball that you can't really tell apart from a strange sequence. perhaps. So it's maybe quite like maybe sort of looking at these different forms.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that morphology thing of things looking like other things. I think Katrin will probably talk some more, like a lot more in depth about like morphology as well. So maybe, I don't know. Yeah. But I think it will be really interesting as well to see like Katrin's talk, because obviously you're talking on the observational level of the actual creatures, the macro level, and then Marco talking on the micro level of it also. Yeah, I don't know where I sit in that really. Hopefully,
you kind of weave it out. Yeah. Okay, well, maybe that linked quite naturally to Katrin. Katrin Linse, you have a senior scientist at the British Antarctic Survey, and it's really fascinating for us to have you here today to talk about deep sea and organism living in quite extreme, different other environments. So thank you for coming today.
I'm not normally, and we're changing from the multiverse, the complexity and the non-order, back onto world, and quite into order and structure and professionalism, going back more or less to Darwin and Linnaeus, than going into the computer world and animations. But I was fascinated to see how scripts from scientific papers, images, and can be brought together to a completely different complexity and still, to my sense, appealing. Next, I'm off my work. Next, don't leave neck green because my fingers. So this talk is about the Antarctic, the deep sea, and black smokers. And I'll come into the black smokers later. And I have, as I say, I like structure, I like the organisation, so I will start with a few facts about me. Use the word. Introduce you to the Antarctic and the Southern Ocean, then to the Southern Ocean deep sea, because it's one of the extreme habitats that Joe is interested, and then the black smokers in the Southern Ocean, with just another day in my office. I would be glad it would be like that every day. Then what the science tells us behind it, and finish off with a 6-minute video. I will keep my time because I like to talk. So a few facts about me. I was interested in Antarctic science since 1982. I did degrees in all types of biological sciences and physical oceanography to learn on how animals got from where to another place. Did a PhD. For the last 15 years I work at the British Antarctic Survey, have been to Antarctica 15 times, and are generally interested in the Antarctic biodiversity, how many species live there, and their biogeography, where do they live, and how do they get from one place to the other. And also about the biodiversity of the deep sea in the Antarctic and the extreme hydrothermal vents, and then link it to the deep sea and the vent systems outside the Antarctic Ocean, and also about the Antarctic marine protected areas. Marco was asking me in the break if there's still already effects of us humankind in the Antarctic, and yes, there is. And so we're coming to a place that for us is very remote, where we now actively need to start protecting it. So the British Antarctic Survey is based here in Cambridge. We have about 400 staff, of which 40 are constantly in the Antarctic, wintering on the bases and maintaining the research there. We have 5 Antarctic research stations and 1 in the Arctic, 2 polar ships, 5 aircraft, quite small ones that can take up to 4 people. And currently we have 8 research programs at BUS, going from complexity science over physical science, geology, biology, including biomolecular sciences as well. This is how we get to the Antarctic. On the top you see the Dash 7, an aircraft that can take 2 pilots plus up to 8 passengers, which would ferry us from the Falkland Islands which you can see there, to any of the dots on the Antarctic continent. Well, to get to the bases, the red dots on the islands, like Bird Island or King Edward Point, we require one of our ships, in this case, the James Clark Ross, which goes down even to the sea ice where you can meet emperor penguins. So what is the Southern Ocean? The Southern Ocean is the ocean that is surrounding the Antarctic continent. And then we have some strong circumpolar currents, like here the polar front, here we have the sea ice in the winter. And these currents might act as a barrier for species to move in and out of the Southern Ocean, and that for the last 15 to 25 million years. The round map on the bottom left, you see here, each round dot you can see shows a sampling station in the Antarctic where somebody has taken a sample that has been analysed and we have information about. Bringing this information together over the last 150 years, we know now in which quadrats, and we quite like the structure again, going into 5 by 5 degree lat and longitude scales and boxes on saying how many species have we found where, or how many number of stations have been sampled. Do we statistically can analyze that everywhere where we have lots of species are also the places where we've taken lots of samples? So
I just ask, when you're taking samples, what do you take samples of? Just the seabed, basically?
Anything. The seabed, the water column, on land. Well, this is all marine, so it's all somewhere in the water. In the intertidal, underneath rocks, on rocks. We drill with cores into the marine sediment and then sieve it through fine sieves looking at animals from 200 micron to 50 centimeters. Well, excluding the whales and seals and big fish. So, talking my subject particularly is the Southern Ocean benthos. The benthos are the animals, mostly invertebrates, that live on the seafloor. And on the right-hand side, you see deep water ones that we find in waters between 200 and 6,000 meters. In 2004, my colleague Julian Gott estimated that we have between 11 to 17,000 species in the Antarctic. We now think we underestimated it because about 9,000 species are already described. And in a later slide, I show you how we're going up the slope on finding more and more species the more often we look. And this is from the intertidal, which is from the water level, to the hadal, which is in depths of more than 6,000 meters. We have a very high number of endemism in the Antarctic, of 50 to 80%. Endemism means that those species are only found in the Southern Ocean. They are not found in the areas north of the polar front. So they are really unique. Sometimes they are unique to a place the size of Cambridgeshire. We think, because we have only found them there, we haven't found them somewhere else. But sometimes if you look where else you haven't looked, you suddenly find relationships, and you're like, how are they getting there? And we have some circumpolar species that occur all around the Antarctic and then on specific points. To find out who's really circumantarctic, we need marker science, we need to go into the molecular sciences and compare the fine DNA structures. We have different types of reproductive services in the Antarctic species. We have a lot of free-spawning animals that release their eggs and sperm into the water column they meet, and then they flow with the currents. And on the other hand, we have species that think, oh God, we have to invest, we live in this harsh environment. We produce egg masses, stick it to the ground, onto rocks, and then the little living juveniles crawl out and live very close to mommy and daddy. And then we are trying to find out the evolutionary history linked to the tectonics. How did they get from A to B? Are they linked to climate change? Everybody has heard about the mass extinctions. The dinosaurs left the Antarctic. They were 65 million years ago. We had flowers and palm trees in the Antarctic dinosaurs. Now we have ice. And the oceanography is very important to bring the species around in the water. So what is the Southern Ocean Deep Sea? I think the biggest work on the Southern Ocean Deep Sea was published in 2007 by Brandt, even in Nature, about Antarctic biodiversity. And actually it was about the Antarctic Deep Sea. What we call deep sea is water that is deeper than 1,000 meters, so anything from here to that side. The top shows you this number of stations taken in the different depth bins. So you see most of the stations are taken to the left side of the red line, in the shallower waters, only a few on the right-hand side. You have the number of recorded species, where you see most samples are again, or most numbers are from the left side, but the right side is slightly higher than before, so we know we have quite a lot of species there. But then when we come to the bottom graph, everything is shifted differently. Most of the Antarctic area is in the deep sea, not below in the first 1,000 meters, it's deeper. So this is all area, we have no idea who's living there. And from the data in the Nature paper were taken from 3 expeditions with a research vessel. We looked at 41 stations between 700 and 6,500 meter depths. We used trawls, like fishery trawls, coras, which is like pliosphex cores pushed into the seabed, or grabs, like large big grabs of half a square meter, grabbing the seafloor, taking out stills and video cameras. We looked at the fauna from less than a millimeter to over 5 centimeters. And we had an unexpectedly high diversity in the deep sea, showing you the different examples here again. You have stalked sea lilies here, which really 40 years ago was thought to be extinct since the Cretaceous times, when they were 3 meters long. Those ones are about 30 centimeters long. But we found 1,400 species on these 41 stations. 700 of them are new. So half of what we found. And going back the slide, you see the dots, how speckled they are. What else can we expect? So, but this is just the normal deep sea, looking like this, the stalked crinoids, quite muddy surface, not much life to see. Well, Joey said she's interested in extreme environments. What is extreme? Extreme is when we're going to the black smokers. Extreme is when we're coming to the Earth's core that is hot and the magma is heating up the sediments, which we have here. So where these magma chambers are close to the sediment surface, they can heat up the water that is drawn in. We have these little chimneys coming up, and the chimneys, because the water is so hot, are able to melt the minerals, and we have through those black smokers iron sulfides, H2S, methanes, iron substances, sulfuric substances, manganese, rare earths coming out in the deep sea in hot water of up to 400 degrees. And who can live there? They were discovered in the late 80s in the Pacific coast. And since then, this is a global map taken from Interrit showing on the red dots where we know we have active black smokers. The yellow ones are unconfirmed ones. So we will now focus on this area here, the East Scotia Ridge and the Southern Ocean, where for the last 4 years we know we have black smokers. Why do we have them there? This is coming the geology and tectonics in. Here we have the South American plate, which is subducting underneath the sandwich plate. So where they are subducting, the magma chamber is close, we get active volcanoes being pushed up as islands with the South Sandwich Islands. And behind, we have a back arc and the spreading, where then the Scotia plate and the Sandwich plate move away from each other. And again, it's an area where this heated up water can rise up. And this is where we found, or hope to find, smokers in the Antarctic system. This is images from geophysics, where they scanned the seafloor with single and multi-beam echo that came down, and they looked at the reflections. And they found 2 anomalies at these, very strong anomalies at these red triangles. And they said, it seems like that the magma chambers are very close to the surface. They look, with some CTDs, took water samples, so the water chemistry is different. It's not as it should be. This could be where we find black smokers in the Southern Ocean. So NERC which is the National Environmental Research Council in the UK, kindly funded 5-year research for us in 2009 for our aim to find out the chemosynthetically driven ecosystem south of the polar front. We wanted first to locate the vent and potentially seep system, analyze and sample the vent fluid, seeing do we have rare earth elements and what heavy metals in it. Sample and analyze the macro and microfauna. Joey already mentioned symbiosis, which is when microfauna, microbes, are able to use chemical compounds like methane or sulfides, turn them around into organic matter, and on that the other animals then can live. We wanted to find out about the food web structure and find out about the evolution. But first we needed to find the vents. So we went out with 2 ships, the James Clerk Ross and the James Cook, spent lots of time with the CTD and water samplers and with the RV ISIS, which is a remote operating vehicle that is sent out on an umbilical cord to the bottom of the sea and shows us videos and can bring us samples back.
Do you drill into the surface, to the basis?
No, to the Earth's core, no. We just, if we are lucky, we were able to drill 10 centimeters. It was quite hard. You have magma down there, so you have volcanic magma. This is that then cooled down is called pillow lava, and it's very hard. It's like the volcanic rocks we have on Earth. When you go to Canary Islands and you try to drill in there, you would need to have special equipment. They might try to do some drilling, but they haven't done that. So over the next slides, I will show you a typical day in the office. This is what we hope in the Southern Ocean, to get the RV into the water. What do we need? We need to go up to the bridge on the ship, look out what is the weather forecast, and then wait. Here, looking out to the back of the deck, where all the different containers are sitting there to serve the RV for the technicians. And then if they say we can go ahead, we can launch the RV. Here we see the titanium arms. They're about from here to here, 1.20 meters. We have the sampling boxes that are cooled or insulated. We have a suction sampler, like a big hoover, that goes through the system into an area here where we have rotating tubes where we can fill the samples into 5 different tubes so we know where they came from. We have 4 or 5 different camera systems at the front, lighting system. We have side and backwards looking cameras to exactly know where we are. We have CTDs measuring seawater temperature, salinity and depth all the time. And then this is our operational van. So it's 2 containers put together. The front belongs to the pilot of the RV, and they sit on their joysticks and manipulate and make the moves of the RV. And we have 12 different large monitors showing us different operations, the videos of each camera, as well as the bathymetry, the seafloor topography. In the back here are sitting the scientists. We have our own monitors where we can take our notes, where we take our observations and need to fill in at certain points, certain measurements. And now Isis gets into the water, she's launched, and we're going into a red light district. We spend the next 6 hours, we will sit in there. And because we have to concentrate onto the lighted up monitors in front of us, it's much easier for our eyes to work in the red light. And you come out and you might go in at the start of the day and you think it's nighttime when you come out and it's bright outside. You completely lose space and time when you're in there. And that's the operations, and you can see everybody is staring towards the screen, and you can imagine something is happening up there. And this is it. We're arriving on the seafloor. We look out, this is our view. We see the suction sampler, and this background is pillow lava. This is past volcanic activity, where lava has gone out. Because it's quite cold in the water, it's -1 to 0 degrees. The lava gets cold very quickly, and this is why you have this kind of pillow or worm type structures that you see, but not many animals yet. We try again to do things in order, not drive around in zigzags, but in lines so we know what we have done, what we have seen, and spread those lines in 5 to 10 meters apart from each other to do a good observation. And then we come to an area where everything is full of these little sea anemones. And in between, we even already see one of those crabs that Joey showed her in her video. And we're like, what's happening here? We don't know. They are not normal Antarctic deep sea species. And we come to an area where they are sitting on a big boulder, looking at each other, sometimes even fighting. We can see that there's warm water coming up in between, and we know must be coming closer to a vent system. And then you have a pillow coming up with strong black smoke coming through. And we know now that the smoke is up to 380 degrees hot. Next to it is 0. And the temperature decrease. Within 10 centimeters, you might go from 380 to 0. It's very drastic. We have loads of animals in some areas. These are thousands of those little crabs, stalk barnacles, anemones, big brown snails. It's a system that we didn't know, and this only exists in the Antarctic in this form. Back on deck, because only 6 people are allowed from the scientists in the van, in the containers. The others sit in the lab, watch the screen, and do the normal work. But sometimes we're interrupted. People just go out on deck and don't care about the beautiful science on the seafloor and the new discoveries, because we're all just human. If somebody comes in who's fluffy and called Penguin, you're out, but actually they were looking at somebody else, because even the bigger animals are interesting. We had a group of 4 to 6 humpback whales staying with us for several days, going around the ship and watching us. We had one of the students going, one day when a humpback whale spy hopped into her porthole and looked into her cabin, and you don't expect a whale's eye on the other side. So often at night time the RV was coming back. Everybody is up, everybody is excited, because now we want to know what is in our collection boxes. And you open them up, you need to drain the water. You need to be careful with the water, because there are stories that people became very ill, and there's arsenic in the area. So you never know if you drink or would suck the water out or let it run out, what you do to harm yourself. So we have pumps and special breathing operators and certain habitats to keep us safe. But here we got a catch full of Yeti crabs, and I will come to them later in the science part. They are cool, the large males are about 10 centimeters large, and as Joey showed in her presentation, can be covered by bacteria that looks like fur. We go back into the hangar of the ship to sort our samples and have a whole group. Everybody knows what they want. We share them out. You see the little labels. Each one got a number. Each one, straight after being taken out, got measured and sexed and looked at. And then we had a group of 10 scientists. One wanted a leg, one wanted an eye, one wanted the eggs, one wanted... So that we know that everything we took was well used. So, and what are the general characteristics of vent fauna? Well, it's generally high abundance and biomass. And the growth and high growth rates as the vent bacteria are the main food source. The animals there are not restricted to winter and summer sunlight. We have up to 30 kilograms per square meter of biomass and up to 600 individuals per square meter. And we have lots of nutrients, lots of stress. And these are typical animals, these shrimps, these lungworms, some of those snails and barnacles. So what did we find in the Antarctic? We found exactly that, but we found different groupings. We had big brown snails, we had these thousands of crabs, we had up to over 1,000 individuals per square meter. We had stalked barnacles, thousands of them, and 3-meter high pillars. And we had a high degree of endemism. So far, we haven't found a species that was found in the Antarctic and on an event outside. So they're all endemic so far. But we didn't find many species in the vents. So there are about 13, 14 species. You really need to be a specialist. And we analyzed our data on who's living there. And we realized, compared to all the vent system globally, ours is a new province. It's very unique, which shows it's something we should try to protect. And we looked at how do they live together. One of our PhD students took 700 microphotographs taken from the video, stuck it together as a vertical mosaic of the chimney, and then looked it up if she found all these white patches, linked it up to different microdistributions, which animals would live in which section, and then compared it to the distance from the black where the hot water came out. And we were able to define from the vent fluid exit to the colder and colder water very distinct assemblages. We had the large crabs quite at the top, the smaller ones, the less hot it was. You had the egg-carrying females well out, because in 40 degrees your eggs would be cooked and boiled. And at the end we had peripheral fauna with a 7-armed starfish who just came in as a predator and liked the extra food. The same work we did horizontally with mosaics to find that here was a heat source measured by the CTD. And then comparing it then with the assemblages, we were able to find horizontally the same assemblage types than we found vertically. So yes, something about the heat or the nutrient source is important. And coming here to our kiva crab, this is kiva, will be called Kila tyleri because the paper was accepted this week. It's a new species of Yeti crab. The first one, Kiva hirsuta, was only described in 2005 and made quite a presence. It has very hairy legs, while the one we found has a very, very hairy chest, which got it nicknamed the Hoff crab. So where do they live? They live, Kiva hirsuta is on the Antarctic Pacific Ridge, here Pura Vida further in the north, and then we have two species that are even very similar looking, the East Scotia Ridge and the Southwest Indian Ridge.
What is the purpose of the hair?
The hair is, they use it as their grain fields because the bacteria that they live off are living on the hairs, and I will show them in about 2 or 3 slides. So they grow their own factory of bacteria that they harvest. We did the phylogenetic relationships about them, and they are now in their own family, back to order. So all in the systematics, not going across. And this is where you can see, this is the chest, these are the hairs. If you then stain them for stains for certain bacteria, all these yellow, and then put them under a method called FISH, which is fluorescence in situ hybridization, and they all light up, and you see how many there are. And we looked into them, and there are 2 different kiva species, our kiva in blue and Kiva hirsuta in green, and then a similar vent crab in red. And you can see that the bacteria that we extracted the DNA, they all live in one big cluster. There seems to be a group of bacteria that like to live on those crabs that live in vent systems. We found a big area of big brown snails. They're about 3 centimeters, and again, they were new. It's a new genus, not even a species, even a new genus, like our human ways, it's like genus is like the family name. So there's kind of a new whole tribe of snails that was discovered. We looked into them from the start of life at the shell they grow when they are just juveniles and babies. We look into their teeth that they use to graze on bacterial film, find all the different tiny spikes that they use to harvest the bacteria. And then do their genetics, set them into the context, and look into what are the endobionts. They don't like the kiva crab, they don't have hair which they grow. So we know that there are vent gastropods somewhere else that have bacterial internally in their guts and in their gills. And these snails have an esophagus gland that is extremely large compared to others. So we used the gland as well, and we were able to clone 16S RNA out of it and compared to others. And interestingly, the bacteria we found in the glands and in the gills are very similar to each other, but they are very different to any other vent snail bacterial groups. Lastly, we found the Camp Caldera. Caldera is a kind of volcanic cone that then collapsed and placed a ring. So we have this ring, which once might have been a volcano that came up, but it's collapsed. But inside of it, we had this fine little other cone that we discovered, which is in 1,400 meter depth. So it's 1,000 meters less deep than the vent systems, and it's white. These are chimneys made out of pure sulfur. If you bring it up, you can see the yellow crystallized sulfur. We didn't have many specimens living on it. We're discussing if these worm tubes are alive or not. But it's an extremely toxic environment. But it's colder. It's only 60 to 120 degrees. We have big white chimneys of sulfides. We have loads of rusty seafloor, which is oxidized. We have quite muddy areas with big clumps, and we found a dead whale. Well, the remains of a dead whale, which is a whalebone. And whalebones themselves are systems that produce chemosynthetic organisms that feed on the bones. And where the student looking at all the whale bones, all the eggs living on there. And all these species either live the bone or the bacteria that are digesting the bone.
Within this region, is it possible that it's that area is an impact crater?
No, we don't think it's an impact crater. We have a seamount next to it, and it's at the end of a chain of volcanoes. So while the first two vent sites are on the back arc basin, where the two plates go away from each other, this Camp Caldera is actually on the zone where the one plate is subducting under the others, and we think it at one stage is part of the chain of the South Sandwich Islands, but this is not above the surface. So we are thinking that this was volcanic activity that made the crater. It's not an impact like a meteorite. It is a typical kind of former magma chamber was underneath. It formed the volcano. We had an eruption. It collapsed. And the little cone that's coming up in the middle might bring another further cone. In the future, we might have another eruption, but we can't say when. We don't have a date on this one yet. So before I show you the 6-minute video, I like to thank the teams on the 3 cruises I was on, especially Chong, Val and Lee for giving me their photos, Nurk for the funding, Joey for her interest in my research, otherwise I wouldn't be here, and Mark for the invite. And now to follow is a 6-minute highlight movie. You can ask questions in it, but there's music behind. I can answer questions, but I will let you go through it. It's the same. It's a day in the office, showing you how the ROV leaves the ship, goes down to the seafloor, and then shows you moving images from all 3 sites. And it should start working. We tried it in... We tried it in the break, and it did work. Oh, that's too far away. The one above. We go out and should play it from the...
Yeah.
time?
Yeah, this sound should come up.
Thanks a lot, Katrin, for a really fascinating presentation. We just have time for a few specific questions. And yeah, I can.
Thanks for that. That was so interesting. I was wondering how you mentioned that the smokers have a lot of minerals, and I was wondering if there'll ever be an issue where they could be targeted to extract as like a natural resource, or is it too hostile of an environment?
No, it's not. And if you go onto the internet and look for deep sea mining and hydrothermal vent mining, one of the Pacific islands gave a company, I think called Nautilus, last year the permission to start exploratory mining of extinct vents. There are two different types of vents, fast-growing and slow-growing vents, depending on if they are on very active sites, subduction sites or not, and spreading centers. Because there are vents that can grow 10 meters in a year, and there are vents where we have no idea how fast they grow. They are very slow. And it's a big discussion if you can use them for commercial mining, or if you then, when we remove the system, make the whole community of animals extinct. In the Antarctic, we know, well, the Antarctic itself, south of 60, is currently safe from any exploitation under the Antarctic Treaty. That runs out in 2040. And north of 60, and some of the vents I showed you today are north of 60 south, could be targeted. They are currently in the marine protected area made by the government of South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands. But that is lucky for them now, but there are other areas where we think in the Southern Ocean we have vents. There are countries like China that do exploratory expeditions for mining at the moment.
What's the time scale of the formation and the longevity of an event, and how is the diversity of the animals affected there? How do they come there, and how might have the octopus get there?
Yeah, well, I think the octopus got there because he's a normal Antarctic deep sea octopus, so he lives in the deep. But your other questions are very good, and I think the entire, or the global deep sea and hydrothermal vent community is asking the same on the geological and biological side. So we have fast-spreading ridges where we have fast-growing vents, and the first vents discovered in the late 60s of Monterey Bay, they monitored them. They discovered them in 68, went back in 72, and then monitored them almost every year. And they realized after 10 years they were extinct, but about 5 to 10 kilometers on, a new one had come up. So you think, okay, that is fast spreading, but it's also now we know an area that is fast spreading, which is growing fast, but there are vents, system hours. Actually, the first vents nearly being discovered were not the Monterey Bay ones, they were the Antarctic ones, because they sent cameras down in 66 and took photographs of the South Sandwich area, of the E2 segment where we discovered them, and it showed the little white snake crabs, the Kiva crab. Nobody said, well, stop. Crabs like that are extinct in the Antarctic for 25 million years. There's something odd here. I was looking 4 years ago into a book on barnacles, on stalked barnacles in the Antarctic, when I saw those photographs and saw like, oh, they can't be taken in the Antarctic. And then in 2009, my colleagues came back with the first footage. And I said, I've seen this crab in a photo taken in 66, but nobody knew about the vents then. So we know that in the Antarctic, they are at the same position and active for at least 45 years.
So we observe like isolated chimneys from the main system, let's say. It's like they're really far from the other.
I couldn't say that yet. We had 2 expeditions at the moment. The area we looked at with an RV is in each area about the size of 3 football fields. And on the last expedition, we went 2 kilometers further north and searched for one, and then had to abandon and stop the cruise because somebody on board became very ill, and it was just after we found a new site. So we have no idea what the distances are. So our two vent fields at the moment, E2 and E9, are 440 kilometers apart from each other. But within those sites, we don't know how close they are. At E9, I was on watch for 6 hours, and we followed our plan, went straight with a certain speed with the RV on a straight line, and we had an active chimney, then came into a vent field that was dying out, went over lava flows with no visual animals. Suddenly we found the diffuse flow, first animals coming up, and then another vent coming up. So there we had a row of chimneys every 200, 300 meters, but the view of the ROV is about 3 meters wide. Next to it, it's black. You have no idea where you are and what you miss. This is where the SWOS bathymetry, the multi-beam and multi-acoustic systems help us by finding the topography, and now we try to use the fine-scale topography there to find chimneys. And if you find them, you see them, but you don't know if they're active or not until you sample them. Yeah, and I think coming back to how animals get to the systems, a lot of them have planktonic larvae. So they would release the larvae or the fertilized eggs into the water column, and they can then drift away with the currents. And this is why we think that there's a connection of vents between the Antarctic vents and the Southwest Indian ridge ones, because we have a lot of very similar species like these big squatty kivas. We have a lot of the same genera occurring there, and the genetics tell us that they are separated for about 500,000 years. But we don't know, the current flow doesn't go there directly. And
yeah. I wonder how, because we will open up soon with everyone coming up here to the table for the roundtable discussion, but I wonder, Katrin, how your research is, and the research that you're conducting, how that's also, and the knowledge that you're gathering, how that's actually also applied to issues of climate change, because it's interesting, how you can maybe trace these rapid changes, and if that's actually applied directly.
Yes, it's less implied on the hydrothermal vent ones, because we don't know with the climate change there. It's the hydrothermal vents depend more on what the Earth does with the magma, if the magma changer is moving. But my general Antarctic biodiversity research on finding out which species live where, and then going back to sites, or colleagues go back, and the graphics I showed with the 5x5 flat and long plots showed how many stations we had and how many species we have. So behind that we have a list of species for each area. Mm-hmm. So we know who had been found, and if invasive species or now species with range changes come in due to climatic changes. We can see it if the water gets warmer, which means species from the southern tip of South America want to get into the colder waters. They would start to be found more frequently or in higher numbers in South Georgia, the South Sandwich Islands, or the Antarctic Peninsula. And the data the international community gathered over the last 15 years is now a very good data set to say we find range shifts now. From now on, we will detect them. We have the data knowledge. We also know if we have invasive species in especially shallow water areas. So yes, this is where we're actively working in. Yeah. We're now actively trying to figure out which are areas that need to be protected through marine protected areas. Food resources are becoming a bigger pressure. Fishing in the Antarctic is becoming a bigger pressure. There are fishing companies that have licenses to go for Antarctic toothfish, which sells up to $60 per kilogram. So it's a very valuable fish.
Good. Thank you, Katrin. And I'm sure, if there are any specific questions to you, we can take it in the roundtable discussion as well. I would like to invite all of you who contributed today. So I just need to arrange a chair for you, but come up.
You can just sit there. It's fine. Marco can sit here. Yeah, so Marco, yeah, you go. Okay. We should go.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're just being a bit practical. I've been thinking about connections in between all of you. Maybe concluded that's impossible. And maybe that's also the beauty and the poetic, actually, of stepping into opening up research as well, and the way that we program as well at Wysing is quite idiosyncratic and inspirational rather than concluding a core essence. But I have been thinking about the launch that we did in February of the Multiverse, that maybe that aspect that we had of the launch there was much more sci-fi focus, like literally having science fiction writer in and astrophysics and a scientist coming from cosmology. So that was just an aspect of the launch event. It was not covering the whole thing, but I was just thinking about, starting to compare what we've been doing today with that aspect, that I perhaps think that what we've been trying to do today and with unfolding all of your research is maybe to talk about the multiverse from more what's actually here on planet Earth, not going out into space and time travel, but more to look into what's maybe is available in front of us, not obvious. So I was thinking about Kit and Florian, the way you kind of dealt with multiple dimensions of objects, but also kind of obviously also looking at quite difficult topics that is not available just in front of us. But it was really interesting as well to hear you, Taki, talking about network infrastructures and hidden secret offline structures, infrastructures, to the perspective of DNA and how that's really for us, those who are not in that research area, very complicated and not something that we can look at and very advanced and specialized. But I just actually thought that was quite fascinating how that also very hidden turned into something very everyday and could solve possible problems that we have in terms of information technologies and structures and overload of information. To then, Katrin, it's really fascinating to that there is this completely other world, and not in front of us. Obviously, you have a maker order and structure in place to go to these places, and that's I think really fascinating as well how you're talking about the whole operation of it in order to do it. So this was just to sum up, and how you obviously, Joey, engage within these research field as well of Marco and Katrin, and making a very speculative, somehow, narrative of how the future may look like. Obviously help within your artwork and kind of fictitious approach. And I just thought that was maybe something, it was just an observation more than maybe a question, that that these aspects of the multiverse is coming more from where we live and where we are, I just thought maybe it could be interesting to hear your thoughts about, maybe more like in kind of, now that you've seen everyone talking as well about this hidden world, hidden structure, which is somehow what you've been trying to talk about, how that can influence us somehow in the visible world. I know it's quite a broad thing, but it's just to have a perspective of this topic of the multiverse. So I don't know if one of you want to open up or with a comment on that, or the audience might want to come in.
Yeah, I mean, I think...
Sorry, I'm looking at you, it's completely wrong.
I mean, I think that's what I wrote in my proposal, actually, for the multiverse, is that what really interests me, I guess, is, what's here on Earth, and that it does seem that there's every possibility, really, in nature, whether it be these creatures that are surviving in ways that we never, thought possible, and I mean, there's kind of like all these unknowns, I guess, right here. We don't have to go out to outer space or something, like you said. Actually, I remember in Martin Rees's presentation as well, when he spoke the last time, he was kind of explaining the Big Bang Theory and explaining about all the planets and the universe and how they're all connected. But I remember he did show one slide where I think he just brought up a picture of a flea or something, and he said, we don't know the engineering. We don't know the engineering that goes, in this flea. We don't know how this thing is constructed, how it works. I mean, we know some, small parts of it, but we still don't know the complete picture, and that's something that's, right here. I mean, the same with like bacteria, I guess, as well. I mean, there's bacteria, I think they're living here that we don't, we haven't mapped, and we don't know the first thing about them. Some of them we have, but it's a very small, percentage of that. So that, that kind of vastness of the unknown, I guess, is something very interesting.
I want to follow up with another question, or a similar question actually, and maybe more towards Marco and Katrin, and actually quite kind of triggered also by one moment in your presentation when you talked about seeing the image of the crab in the 60s already, I believe, and then it reappears later on. So I'm quite curious what role recognition plays, so that which is already kind of familiar actually validates at a certain moment that which has not been known until now, or whether that is actually the case. That kind of moment of recognizing what is already a sort of recycling almost in a way of knowledge, or what could be perceived as knowledge.
I think you're completely right there, because with the first vents being seen by geologists of Monterey, they said, we have a big clam, it's about that size in 4,000 meters. That is fine. Every biologist would say, how can an animal grow to that size without sunlight? Because we knew that in the deep sea animals were millimeter. So the biologist at that moment would have recognized it's special. The geologist weren't around. And it's, as you say, it's a knowledge of what we have. And the example of the flea that we don't know how it performs or springs brought into my mind again what we know or don't know. It's if you take the leaf of a lotus plant, the water pearls off. You will never see water staying on there. And it was about 16, 18 years ago that botanists took a lotus leaf under a scanning electron microscope and had a closer look at the structure, realizing that you had little blobs, like the ends of balls or marbles, next to each other. And because of that microstructure, the water wasn't able to stick on as a layer, but also form little balls and drop off. this structure was then used by the industry to make some paints for cars and others, to have that not a smooth structure, but the slightly curved surface, so that water pearls off. And again, it's nature telling us how we can use the technologies we have more efficient by just copying it. But if we don't have that knowledge, if we don't recognize it, we don't use it. And yeah, I think we need to recognize more. And this is, I think, from my perspective, where even the connection to the art comes in, because you see something I see as a scientist in a very clear, structured, ordered way from a completely different perspective. And you might see something in there that can bring it to the next step. So you shouldn't just be in your box and in your order. You need to leave it to progress.
So a kind of empathy, in a way. A kind of taking a viewpoint that may not be your own viewpoint, even if it's temporal.
Yeah.
You take someone else's viewpoint to see whether it works from that angle.
Yes. And what would it bring? Can you take it further? Can you take it into something that you see in nature, or see from nature quite abstract, and bring it into technologies? So I'm quite interested in the bionic robotic systems, on how now people can make limbs moving by looking more into the biological systems, and through ways that you wouldn't, when you think, okay, you look at human skeleton and the hand bones, and you think, okay, I will try to make a prosthetic hand exactly in the same way, and it wouldn't work. But then you look into how geckos or crickets walk, and you think, okay, they have different joints, and this is a way we can make them manipulative, and suddenly you have an artificial hand that can grab. But you had to go through a different way around to make it. You couldn't just copy what you see by the human hand with human bones. You needed to use different angles and technologies.
Is that to do with the play, the element that you were talking about? Because I think when you were saying that scientists play and that's how discoveries can be made, that seems like a very important element for a lot of artistic practices where you don't know what you're doing and you're kind of playing with it, or and then maybe you kind of come to some sort of moment when it does make sense back.
Doesn't it also show the value of documenting it? Because if that photo of the geologist, I know they were only photographing their rocks, and they accidentally got a crab in it, and they were probably peed up about having a crab in it, but actually that's useful. And, we've gone back and reanalysed some of the Challenger data from the 30s and things like that. And because of that, that's how some of those distributions around them, the confluence and that came about. And only because somebody happened to put them all in alcohol, and we could go back and recount them, whether it be photos or real samples or whatever. Even if you haven't got time to analyse them at the time, then hang on to them.
Yeah, but I think the play and artistic element is something that I find is very, very important. Not I say just in arts, but in research as well. And it must be the same in your areas, that that play time is getting cut more and more, because when you write the proposals, because you have written a proposal to take part in the Multiverse, we need to write proposals for our research funds, and you almost already need to have the results there to get the money, which means you then need to produce those results to then get. But actually, the most excited science might come from a sideline. And I think this is where too much structure comes in, that funders want to see too much at the start of something and don't give you the way of just playing and trying things and don't know which one will end up, because it's like Jean said, with samples that were sitting for 70 years in a corner, collected in the 30s, and suddenly somebody brings them up, looks at them and says, hey, this is really interesting. but you need to have that time element and the play element where your brain just can go off to explore and make the connections and make the complex networking.
That's true. I mean, you do see a lot of pressure on also in science, but also in the art world about delivery, not only about the outcome, but also delivering constantly, because else you have to leave somehow, so to say, your system of constantly performing.
I have a slight problem with the word play, because when I work, I don't feel like I'm playing at all. But when I'm in the studio, I don't feel like I'm playing. I feel like I'm working. But maybe that's sort of, a different sort of interpretation of the same thing.
Yeah. I might come from the biological interpretation that only, as we humans see it, only intelligent animals have the time to play, the time to think, doing something that fulfill them with enjoyment, for not just doing it because you need to eat. You eat because you need to take food in, so you survive. You need to drink too, but you do something that makes you creative, that makes you feel better, and that is what I meant was play. And I guess in your work, when you're working in your art, at the end of the day, you might like what you have produced or not, but because sometimes if I say, I have a great day and I go and play at the SCM. It doesn't mean that I'm actually playing at the scanning electron microscope, but I really like the type of work. I need to do the work to get my data, but it's some part of the work I like, that I see it not as a burden, but as because we're not aware that all life on Earth can play. We know it about other mammals, we know it about birds, we know it about some invertebrates.
And so you had a question?
Yes, I wondered if anything would like to talk about this a little bit. I think it's a little bit more clear to me what the artists are getting from the science and the inspiration or ideas he's laying out or attracted to, but perhaps you'd like to speak a bit more concretely about that. And also for the scientists, I wonder what a day like this contributes to your practice, or is it just kind of interesting? But I mean, is there any tangible sort of thing? For example, the folding was an example of someone just saying, "Oh, that would be kind of neat to do," and it turned out to be fruitful. But have you had experience, and also the artists, if you'd like to speak more about it, of something that that you actually tangibly have taken for yourself that has or has not yet produced?
Yeah, maybe something that is interesting is so when you have such a different crowd from a scientific conference, for instance, someone may come up with a really strange question, because when you go to a scientific conference, everyone is so afraid of looking stupid or making a silly question, but when you have a different crowd, they can basically ask anything, and sometimes they can make you think about something that may become something else in your practice. So, because you never know when an idea will pop up. You just have to sort of wait, and having other people talking to you and asking even naive questions can help you, I think.
Yeah, no, I think it's very great. I was very grateful when Mark emailed me and said, like, there's an interest in art in your science, because it's also widening the public view onto the science I'm doing, not so specifically, but the science in the Antarctic, the science in the extreme environments, to bring it to a completely different community of people that I would normally talk to. And that's just, I see this, yes, on the research funds, if we get research funds from the national councils, we are employed by the state, we are employed by the taxpayer, so we need to bring it back. I'm not sitting in my ivory tower doing it for myself. It's there to be brought out. Everybody who's interested in it should get their share of it. And through art, like in this case, Jerry's case, with showing some of the crabs in her videos when her art piece is finished, it brings it to a completely different community, and somebody might think, oh,
this is an old image, this isn't interesting, and they might go and use any internet searches to find an image of a similar crab and then read about the science, and at the end of it say, oh, I become interested in protecting these special environments, as the question you asked earlier, if there's pressure by business to harvest them. And the more people know about their uniqueness, the more they can be protected. Or the more you know if there's somebody, oh, there's a crab somewhere 5,000 meters down below in the water, and you're like, well, I don't care, when you've seen it in whatever presentation, on a photograph.
So we care a lot about that. It's anything that gets attention for things that aren't cute, fluffy animals, isn't it? Because they're fantastic.
Yeah, but I think even cute, fluffy animals, and this is one of the photos, the black and white one, the photograph I showed, I only been given on Tuesday, and it's a very high resolution image where you could zoom in and you could see the fine little hairs, and this is where I think you need to come back to have a look at those.
I want to see more. Yeah.
Yes, because to really zoom in and get the weird structures, and they are exciting, and it brings you out, and you all came here today to listen to the 4 talks by artists and by scientists, and it's a combination. We need to go out and find the different networks. As Marco was saying, get the ideas from the remarks that the audience gives or the questions that are asked, because they are not. Sometimes they are the standard questions that we hear in the scientific audiences, but some other bits are very different, and that brings the mind thinking. I don't know how it's the art world.
Yeah. No, it's interesting with you, Taki, in terms of these filter bubbles, you were talking about sameness, the love of the same, contra, the love of the difference. Was it the difference? Well, it's just, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, sort of, I think there's a perception that artists are the only people getting something out of a relationship with technology or something like this. I think that technology isn't able to learn from what artists do because it's not being worked through in this rigorous, empirical knowledge sort of way. And I think actually this is a sort of thinking that privileges a particular sort of rationality, like enlightenment rationality, like you were talking about before. It privileges that particular way of thinking over the sort of more intuitive or other ways of existing or understanding the world. Things don't have to be entirely rational and data-driven in order for experience to exist. So I think that's sort of what I understood from your question in some way, that there was the relationship between science and the arts, that you can see what the artists get out of it, but what can the scientists get out of it? I think it's more to do with forms of knowledge, or how we can start to look at how can technology exist, not entirely in this rationalist
I think that was what I was trying to get at. I would like to hear more about the dialogue that is going back and forth, because I think you're right that it's not like that we should privilege a scientific approach over any other approach. But I don't always hear so much that discourse, and I'd like to hear that more, how people are talking. And I mean, the nice thing about a day like this is that because we're all different fields, we don't talk in jargon. We can exchange ideas. And so I just wanted to.
Interesting. The fact that we're all converging on one particular sort of set of conditions, we've all sort of found some way to extrapolate from a centralised theme, I think is interesting, because we end up being able to infiltrate each other's things. I don't know how. I mean, in most of my experience talking with people who work in technology, is like there's a fundamental idea that if you don't think in this way, then you're stupid. And that is quite prevalent in technical industries, I think, because of the privileging of that way of thinking in, I think, capitalism in general, and this sort of way of thinking. So I think that therefore it's interesting to bring this conversation back in on itself and allow different, hopefully it opens out your, your understanding of what forms of knowledge work and how people learn things, in different ways. But because I think it's more complicated than just taxonomies and systems.
Yeah. That note, that was quite, no, sorry. That was very profound. No, really nice conclusion, I think, or opening, more than a conclusion. It's a no-word conclusion, but a nice kind of opening up. So I just want to, are there any more questions, actually, by the way? To any of you here? No. Good. I just want to thank all of you contributing today. I hope it's been useful for everyone. And I hope it's also been useful for you sitting here in the audience and the online audience. I just want to thank all of you for participating and contributing, and I hope all of these dialogues will just continue among each other. I mentioned earlier that we do have a lovely evaluation form that we would love you to fill in, because it's also really good for us to hear feedback from you. So that will just be a simple form for you to do, hopefully. I also just want to tell you about the upcoming events, so do return, because we have 2 more events over the spring residency. So on the 23rd of April, Thursday, 23rd of April, in the evening from 6 to 8, we have a fantastic artist group called Plastic Fantastique coming here to do a really special performance in the gallery space. And then on the 9th of May, Saturday the 9th of May, from 2 to 6, we have a closing event with the residency artists alongside other contributors. So do come back for these events. Thanks a lot for today.